Tradoon.
Dirter.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they find a likely foe, they race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. Wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the sound to say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus,
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here. We're back in the office today because my mobile data expired a day earlier than I thought it would. So here we are. But we're gonna have a fun stream, and I'm glad you could be here for it. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quickly. And, Mikey Likes, thank you very, very much for the 42 months of support. Holy cow.
Ontogeny.
I really appreciate that, Mikey Likes. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Oh, shoot. Introductions, yes. Welcome to Paleontologizing, especially if it's your first time here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Normally, that means going over new scientific papers, talking to some of my colleagues via interviews and stuff like that, doing a lot of viewer Q&A, you know, just whatever you happen to be curious about in the realm of natural history. What was that? Mini Pie is getting into some trouble over here. What are you doing? Hey. Sorry, she'll probably make an appearance in just a minute. Anyway, that's while I'm here in the sunny San Francisco Bay Area. We just did a stream from right here yesterday on the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, this is where I live, in the San Francisco Bay Area. And, this is where I hang out when I'm not in the field. But during the summers, I'm usually out in the field, digging up dinosaurs and other fossil critters, and live streaming it whenever I can. This past summer, we did like 50 or 60 live streams from the Badlands of Wyoming and Utah, trying to show you firsthand what it's like to do paleontology in the field, to dig up dinosaurs and other fossil organisms, to collect data, to live out in the wilderness like that, as we do. So, that sounds interesting to you. Make sure you tune in during the summers. We'll be doing that again this next year with any luck. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? One of my landlords has come to visit. Hello, Minnie. Anyway, good stuff. And Green User says, so in that clip, the dinosaurs' tails are flapping all around. Yeah, the Deinonychus, aka Velociraptor in that, they couldn't do that. Their tails are actually much more stiff in real life. Velociraptor and its relatives like Deinonychus, other Dromaeosaurs, they had this wonderful lattice work of bony tendons, ossified tendons, running down their tail that would have stiffened it, so it would have been almost broom handle stiff. It would have been, well, not as quite as stiff as a broom handle, but maybe pretty close. Here's Deinonychus. That tail stretches out for balance behind it, and you see how you can't really see the caudal chevrons or the neural spines halfway down the tail? You've got this lattice work of bony tendons in there that it stiffens the tail. Would have been excellent for balance, for changing direction while running, and that kind of thing. Yeah. So good question, green users. Very good question. Yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Here, let's get our cat cam going over here. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Here, would you like... Can I brush you for a little bit, Mini Pie, and then we'll see about administering some treats? Would you like that? Would you like that? How long has it been since you've been brushed? I've been away so much. I don't think you've been brushed much at all. Look at all that. Look at all that excess hair. That's nuts. Thank you, Halation Effect, for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Your generosity and your support for the channel. I do this full time, believe it or not. This is how I make my living. With streaming here on Twitch. Call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist, and you wouldn't be incorrect. Anyway. And I gotta pay rent to these creatures as well, so that helps me do that. Thank you, Halation. Look at all that hair. My goodness. There you go. Good girl, Minnie. Freaky Feline says she's so majestic. Oh, you have no idea. She also, loves to push the camera around, as you've just been seeing. Hello, hello. Yeah. Can I get you some treats? How's that sound? Alright. Treat time. Treat time. Ooh. There we go. Look at all those. My goodness. What a feast. Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. And Craft and Table, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Oh, well, somebody's eating at her table right now. Is that good stuff, Mini Pie? What do you think? Yeah. Can we get some yum emotes going for Mini Pie? That's actually her in the emote. There we go. Thank you, thank you. That's actually a repurposed emote. I made that one for Lordy originally, because Mini Pie would show up on her stream and eat. And Lordy has since taken that out of her emote rotation. I said, you know, I'll have that back. Good stuff. Anyway, it's wonderful to have everybody here. We are going to be talking about our new schedule as of this month. And, whatever questions you good folks happen to have about natural history, about evolution, extinction, natural selection, speciation, geology, or dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs are my area of expertise, what I work on. Oh, you're just leaving, Mini Pie? You left all those treats. Look at all these. Sweetie Pie's gonna have to come over and clean those up. But yeah. And did I happen to see the email from Lenina? I've not seen it yet. Let me open that right now, and then we'll get on to our schedule stuff. Yeah. Let's see here. Well. Lenina. Well. For years, visitors to One Zoom have been asking for dinosaurs, yet the lack of reliable synthesized phylogeny has become a barrier. A very talented volunteer built some code to harvest phylogenies from Wikipedia and stitch them together to present the output. Oh, holy cow! Oh, this is very cool. This is very, very cool. Oh, man. I'm excited about this. I'm looking for people who know their extinct amniotes and who could comment informally on the content, notwithstanding the obvious problem getting nice images for species that are cropped appropriately. Oh boy, this is awesome. I am excited to look at this tonight when we're done with stream. Thank you, Lenina, for sending this. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, this is onezoom.org, this wonderful Tree of Life learning tool that they have here. I use this on the daily when we're streaming here from the office. Say a viewer comes in and they say, well, manatees, they're a kind of whale, right? You know, manatees? I can go, they're not. Let me show you what manatees are related to. Type manatee into here. And there we go. There are our manatees. 3 living species of manatee: American, Amazonian, and African manatees. They're related to dugongs and the sea cow family Sirenia. And then outside of that, they're related to elephants. And a little bit further out from that, hyraxes and the other afrotheres. Afrotheria is the clade. This is a wonderful tool for showing people how living things are related to one another. What their most recent common ancestor would have been, when it would have lived, that kind of thing. I love this tool so much. And we don't have dinosaurs on it, at least not non-avian dinosaurs.
Were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Here we go. And thank you, Darth Goof, for the 37 months. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. We do have dinosaurs on the tree, but they're all birds. So, we've got crocodilians and we've got birds. Dinosauria should be right here. It includes birds, but it includes all the non-avian dinosaurs too, and there's a chance we might be able to get dinosaurs added now. Very, very cool. So I'm excited. Thank you, Lenina, for forwarding that, and holy cow, that's awesome. I am super excited about this. Wonderful opportunity. And Hakabus, we do indeed have somebody type in ! tree. That's how you get to it. There we go. Let's jump to human beings on the tree over here. There you go. And Canyonero Boy, hey, I love your name. That's wonderful. Remember that Simpsons episode? I used to play Metazua every day. We did I think it was 2 months straight. I did Metazua every single day. It was a ton of fun. But yeah, maybe we'll do it today, just to jump into it again. As we're talking about phylogeny here. And we'll use our Tree of Life to help us out in Metazua a little bit. Yeah, and hey, Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope your week is off to a good start, Valent. Yeah, let's do Metazua here. This is a phylogeny guessing game where you try and guess the animal of the day. And,
well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
It's true, Petrodactylus.
Paleoscience Chic.
How are you doing? It's wonderful to see you, Petrodactylus. Thank you for the 25 months of support. Holy cow. And thank you for being so cool. It was wonderful to meet you at TwitchCon, Petrodactylus. That was a joy. So, thanks for being awesome. And thank you for supporting the channel here. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho. Metazua. This is a guessing game in which you have to guess the animal of the day. It's kind of like, what is that game, Wordle? Where you have to guess the word of the day, except you use your knowledge of animal phylogeny. When we talk about phylogeny, we're talking about the evolutionary relationships of different animals. Let me explain that for anybody who might be new here, because I know we've got some new folks. Especially after TwitchCon and all those IRL streams. When we as scientists say that two different animals, or any other living thing, that they're related to each other, we don't just mean that they look similar. We don't just mean that they've got similar vibes. We don't just mean that we've, like, classified them into the same box or whatever. What we mean is they are actually genetically related to one another, which means that they evolved from the same ancestor. And the same way that you're related to your cousins. You know, you and your cousins share some of the same grandparents. You derived from the same ancestor, your grandparents. And the same way that birds and crocodiles are related to each other. They evolved from a common ancestor about 250 million years ago, something like that, around the beginning of the Mesozoic era. So they are related. They share a common ancestor at a certain point. And at the end of the day, all living things are related to one another, just to varying degrees. All life on Earth, as far as we know, all derived from the same ancestor about 4 billion years ago. And these different groups have been evolving and splitting and changing ever since. So everything from ladybugs to songbirds to quinoa all shared a common ancestor about 4 billion years ago. But then more recently than that, you've got the animals that evolved, metazoa over here. So all animals shared a common ancestor about 650 million years ago. And all animals share characteristics. A certain part of their genome is going to be the same. They've got a certain segment of their DNA that's all the same for these critters, and it's just been changing ever since, as you've got these new species that branch off and do their own thing and evolve in separate directions. Yeah. And you hear quinoa in the science streams. You know how this works! Can we get a shout out for science streams if we haven't had one yet? But, yeah. Follow science streams for more excellent science outreach content here on Twitch. Yeah, of course, Belen. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're gonna do Metazoa again. Metazoa is a play on Metazoa, which is the name for all animals grouped together. Metazoa is the name of that clade, that evolutionary group. And to be an evolutionary group, you all have to have evolved from the same ancestor. Oh, and Thursday Birds Day will hopefully be coming back soon there. Who was asking that? Somebody was asking that. Oh, it's Murph! Murph. We will be going back to Thursday Birds Day at some point.
Clumped together in one vast supercontinent.
Maybe this week.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
You know what? We'll do Thursday Birds Day starting again this week. I'll say it now. We'll get it started a little small, and then it'll grow from there. Anyway, Nomad Soul, thank you for the 4 months of support with those primes. I appreciate it, Nomad Soul. Thank you, thank you. We'll discuss our schedule a little bit, but first, let's crush this game of Metazoa, shall we? So, we've got 20 guesses to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with a mammal, because I've noticed this game is kind of heavily tilted toward mammals. And I'm going to do some sort of a derived mammal, a carnivoran. Let's do a snow leopard. Oh, they don't have snow leopard. Okay, let's do leopard. We'll start with that. All right, and okay, it's an amniote. It's not a leopard, but it's an amniote, and this tells me something really important. It tells us that this is not a synapsid. It's not a mammal. To go back to Metazoa here.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
And Aaron06, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, we know our critter is an amniote, but it's not a leopard. But let me show you what that means. We guessed leopard, and it's like, nope, the best I can do is amniote. The recent common ancestor between my guess, leopard, and the mystery animal is at the base of amniota, which tells me something really important. There's a big split at the base of amniota. Amniotes are critters that came up onto land and started laying eggs on land. So it's all of the tetrapods that are not amphibians. You go a little bit outside of amniota and you get to the amphibians over here. But amniotes is essentially reptiles and amphibians. Excuse me, amniotes are reptiles and mammals. Ugh. Reptiles and mammals are amniotes. The sauropsids, which are reptiles, and the synapsids, which are mammals. So we guessed leopard, which is kind of mammal, and Metazoa said no. It's not a mammal, but it is within amniota, which tells me it's a sauropsid. So our critter could be either a lepidosaur or a bird. So lepidosaurs are lizards and snakes. And, actually, no, I guess it... Yeah, it could be a lepidosaur or an archosaur. Lepidosaurs are lizards and snakes, and tuatara as well. Tuatara look like lizards, but they're actually part of a different group. They evolved before the first lizards did. They're super special. We'll be talking about them in the future, because I love them so much, but we don't want to get too distracted right now. So either our critter is a lepidosaur, which is lizards and snakes and tuatara, or it's a bird, turtle, or a croc. An archelosaur. So what I'm going to do here is, just by the numbers, it's probably going to be some kind of bird, I would imagine, because birds are so speciose. So give me the name of a bird, chat, and we'll type that into here. And we'll use that to try and fish for our answer. Toucan, that's a good one, M. Scoggins, yeah. Let's try toucan and see where that gets us. Alright, it's loading. Ooh, okay, that got us a little closer. So, our mystery animal is part of clade Telluraves here. It's a recently defined clade of birds defined by their arboreality. Let's see if that's on here. It's not. Oh, shoot. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Wikipedia and we're going to see what this clade is. So, Telluraves. So, this is Aphraves, Acipteromorphs, and Strigiformes. So that's like hawks and eagles and owls are those clades. Nostralaves, Seriemiformes, Falconiformes. Alright. So yeah, we've got New World vultures, hawks, and secretary birds and ospreys, quetzals and hornbills and kingfishers, woodpeckers. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pick a bird of prey species, because that's nested within Aphroaves. This seems like the more speciose clade. So we're going to do that. Give me the name of a bird of prey, chat. We'll go with one of those guys. Claire Burr said black vulture. That'll work. MJ Build says osprey. Let's do osprey. Osprey and... Oh, okay, good. We know our mystery animal is an acipteriform bird. It's within this clade, Acipteriformes. So what we're going to do is go back to one zoom here. Let's just search hawks. Acipteriformes, there we go. So we know that our mystery animal is one of these 251 species. We can dial in even more precisely than that here. Because we know it's not an osprey. If it were part of this clade, then it would say Acipteridae, and it doesn't say that. It says Acipteriformes. So we can tell that our critter is not part of this group. It's not a red-tailed hawk, an osprey, a bald eagle, a red-shouldered hawk, any of those guys. It's not a hawk or an eagle. It's got to be over here, in the New World vultures. Cathartidae. So it could be a California condor, like somebody was saying. It could be a black vulture. What we're gonna do here is... let's search condor here and see if that gets it for us. I've got a good feeling about this. Alright.
Hold on to your butts.
And that's it. Oh yeah, we got it. We got it. In how many guesses? How many guesses did we get that in? 4, I think? Not too shabby. Yeah. Excellent. See, when you know your phylogeny, when you understand this concept of how living things are related to each other, things just make sense, you know? I know this is a game, and so it's not super high stakes or anything, but this is a concept that I dearly wish were properly taught in schools here in the US. It is like the fundamental principle in all of biology. All of life science basically hinges on this idea that living things are related to each other. They come from common ancestors. Living things change over time. And at least here in the US, that's almost a verboten kind of concept. You know, creationists have fought very hard to keep this concept out of textbooks, out of schools, and as a result, Americans generally do not understand this concept at all, just because it isn't taught. It's through no fault of their own, it's just there are powerful interests who are trying to make it so that this sort of thing doesn't get taught, you know? Because certain people find it really threatening. This idea that all living things are related to each other, so we should respect and cherish them and preserve our natural environment. That's not always good for the, you know, the bottom line, you know, where profit motives have to go up. Don't get me started. But I promise you, when you start to understand these evolutionary relationships, understand how different creatures are related to one another, it opens up a lot of doors. I mean, you see the world in a different way. And it's wondrous, you know? It's part of what I'm trying to do here on Paleontologizing, is introduce this concept to people so that we can celebrate it together, you know? It really is awe-inspiring. Anyway. But yeah. And, but good stuff. Here, and hey, Apollo Python, how are you doing? Hello. And Mr. Proxtor, how are you doing? What's shaking? Let's talk about our schedule here, real quick. Because I know I had that in the going live message and in the title. We're back to office streams for the month of October. And we have updated the streaming schedule for the month. Let's take a look at that. The major schedule change is that I'm going to start taking Fridays off from streaming. I'm going to start taking Fridays off from streaming. Oh, I thought I had a sound effect where people would be like, oh, disappointed or something. Here we go.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
No, don't worry about it. We're not streaming less. It's just a slightly different arrangement of our stream times. By starting an hour earlier, we're going to be doing the same number of streaming hours. But this way, I'll get Fridays off so that I can actually work on science stuff. I am up to my ears in project ideas and papers that I need to get published, and I just haven't had time with as busy as things have been. And the streaming schedule 5 days a week is kind of a lot, you know? So here's the plan. Fridays, I'm going to devote to working on science. But then we're going to start an hour earlier every day. So there will be 4 additional hours every week, which will make up for our lost 4-hour stream on Friday. Does that make sense? So I hope you're okay with that. I met a bunch of people at TwitchCon from the UK and from Europe, and some of them said, hey, I really enjoy your stream, but I never get to see it because it's on so late where I live. And so I'm trying to bow to pressure there a little bit. By starting a little bit earlier, I'm hoping that this schedule will work better for people who are in the UK, who are in other parts of Europe, or who are on the east coast of the US. 3 hours ahead of me here. So yeah, I know that not everybody is gonna be thrilled about this schedule change, but I think it's gonna be really good for me. It's gonna be good for my science. It's gonna be good for helping me get more publications out there before the end of the year. And hopefully it'll be good for certain people in certain time zones as well. So yeah. But yeah. And stream-free Fridays are always good, says Mr. Proxtor. I hope so. Fridays are usually my slowest day anyway. We've got the fewest viewers on Fridays. So it all kind of makes sense, you know? So we're going to try this for October. And then for November as well, and we'll see how we like it. If it's a massive failure, we'll go back to our 5 days a week schedule. But I've got a good feeling about this. I think it's going to turn out great. But we'll see. We're running an experiment here, you know? Can't blame you, 410s is the dream. There you go, Murph. Yeah. And Babzilla says, sounds like a great use of your time all around to benefit us and yourself. Thank you, Babzilla. I appreciate it. And Casey Snowart says, you gotta get the science done. I know, Casey. Staying up for streams is a lot of work, and hopefully this frees you up to get more accomplished. I hope so. It's gonna be a busy month. October is... Oh man, I've got a lot going on. Time zones are weird, J-Quartz. Yes, indeed. But yeah. And Milicia Total, I'm usually here in Spain, hearing while I'm asleep. It's not a good idea. There you go, Milicia, yeah. And I can watch more of my stream from work. Awesome. Yeah, Steely Dan. What's the old phrase? Boss makes $1, I make a dime. So I watch Paleontologizing on company time. Yeah. There you go. Love it. Anyway. And there you go, Salamander. Yeah. Denver Fowler used to talk about this all the time. About how we needed a 3-day weekend in the US. He's like, if I were president, I would make the weekend 3 days a week. But Salamander says, yeah, even working retail 5 days a week is not enough. For those 2 days off to recharge you for the next 5 days. Not enough to actually get anything done. Exactly. The first day, you're just recovering. The second day, you're recovering and maybe getting some things done. Or maybe you're just getting things done. You need another day to just relax. To be clear, I'm going to be working on Fridays, getting science done and other stuff like that, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And you're always watching from work? Nice, Black Cat Lady. I appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah. Second day's like chores, there you go. Yeah. And Hylocomium says, boss makes $1, I make a Dimetrodon. And you know, that's not even a dinosaur. It's not. It's a synapsid. It's basically a mammal, you know? Not even a dinosaur. In fact, I think there was a TikTok about this, was there not? There we go. I've got the same shirt.
I thought everybody's going to be expecting me to do a dinosaur, so I'm going to buck expectations a little bit.
October.
That is distinctly not a dinosaur and make it about not
Maybe we'll do a pumpkin this year too.
Who can tell me what that is? Dimetrodon, there you go. Yeah, Dimetrodon. This critter is more closely related to you and me than it is to any dinosaur, which is pretty cool to think about. These are very, very charismatic animals. You see them in all kinds of assorted plastic dinosaurs boxes and stuff. But they're not dinosaurs. These predate the dinosaurs by, probably a solid 60 million years. Let's go ahead and get started with pumpkin carving. First thing that I've got to do for this is carve out the top. Unfortunately, I don't have any anesthetic.
This is so much fun to put together.
Time for your lobotomy.
I gotta do some more of these. With Fridays, with me not streaming on Fridays, I should have a little bit more time to do TikToks and YouTube videos and stuff like that. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's gonna be really good.
You're a book or something like that, and you can say, hey, that's not a dinosaur. That's a Dimetrodon. Check it out. Ah, that looks so much better now. Ha! Very nice. Very nice. Our, not a dinosaur, Dimetrodon. Let me turn off all the lights. Ah, yes. Check that out.
This is so much fun.
Oh, man. That is pretty cool. I like that a lot. I'm pretty happy with this.
Anywho, yeah. And somebody had a good question. Mr. Proxter wants to know, how do we know they are related to mammals? Excellent question. It's because of their ears and their skull design and their teeth. Let me show you. Let's see. I wish my Dimetrodon skull were finished so I could show you, but that'll work. Here we go. So, reptiles all evolved from an ancestor with this kind of arrangement. So they've got multiple bones in their lower jaw like this. You've got the dennary right there, which bears all the teeth. And then you've got the articular, the angular, and the cerangular, and a few other bones in there too, like the splenial and some others. In mammals, they don't have that anymore. They only have the dennary. Those other bones have been shunted up into the skull to form the basis of the inner ear. And Dimetrodon's got the same thing going on. It's like it's evolving in that direction. We can tell it's on the line to mammals. It's part of the group Synapsida. So when animals first start laying their eggs on land, when vertebrates first start laying their eggs on land, there's a split that happens right there. You get like two species that split, and then they give rise to these grand dynasties. The synapsids, aka the mammals, and the sauropsids, aka the reptiles, which also includes the birds too. These birds are a kind of dinosaur, and dinosaurs evolved from earlier reptiles, so birds are reptiles. We know that Dimetrodon is part of the synapsid group. It's very, very clearly a synapsid, based on its teeth, based on its jaws, based on its ears, everything else. So yeah, that's how we know that it's related to mammals. It's kind of on the line before you get to your true mammals. It's a proto-mammal, you could say. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. And good day to you too, Barion. How are you? Welcome, welcome. And Aaron06 says, hi, do you also do paleoanthropology? Or do you only do paleontology? I only do paleontology. So I'm a dinosaur paleontologist in particular. I'm not super well versed in mammals. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about at scientific conferences, all that stuff. I appreciate all living things, of course. But dinosaurs are my area of research and fieldwork expertise, if that makes sense. So I've never really touched anything at all related to paleoanth. And for those of you wondering what is paleoanthropology, How is it different from paleontology in general? Paleoanthropology is the study of ancient humans and direct human ancestors, like recent human ancestors. Hominids, basically. And hominins, too. Hominins, specifically. So to go back to our one zoom tree of life here, let's jump from our New World vultures to hominids. Apes, hominoidea. So hominids are a particular branch of the primate family tree within mammals. So you got your apes, you got your great apes, you got your African apes, homininae, and then you get this clade here, with bonobos, chimps, and humans. Basically, paleoanthropology kind of deals with this clade in particular, and the ancestors of us humans. So, yeah. It essentially deals with the last few million years, and that's really it. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm working on critters that are tens of millions of years old, hundreds of millions of years old sometimes. Way back in the Mesozoic era. I'm dealing with dinosaurs, that particular evolutionary group. Does that make sense? But yeah. And what will my pumpkin be this year? We'll have to see about that, Casey Snower. We'll have to see. But yeah. And Barian says, I think octopus are aliens. Octopus are not actually aliens. We know what they're related to. They're related to...
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Sothis ain't going well.
Danny Anduza and Bonovo mods.
There you go, Sothi. Thank you for the 26 months now at tier 3. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. So octopus like this are related to other cephalopods. So we know they're related to cuttlefish and squid and all those critters. There we go. Cephalopods. No, cuttlefish, squid, octopus, argonauts, and nautilus. They're all related to each other. We know this not just because they look similar, not just because they have similar vibes, but the fossil record shows that these creatures evolved from a common ancestor. It also shows, well, DNA testing of these animals also shows that they're related to one another. So they share varying degrees of DNA. The closer related you are, the more DNA you share, obviously. But yeah. I know people talk about how weird octopus are, but they're not that weird. They're related to other cephalopods, and outside of that, they're related to other mollusks. These guys. There we go. Snails and chitons and critters like that. It's pretty cool once you start to understand this stuff, you know? Suddenly the world makes so much more sense. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, squishy friends. There you go, Barnacle Bum. Yes. Barnacles, though, even though you might think of them as being squishy inside of a shell, they're actually a kind of crustacean. I think it was old Chucky D who first discovered that. Old Charlie Darwin. Barnacles, right here, are a kind of crustacean. They're related to crabs and lobsters and shrimp. And those critters. There we go. Yeah. Pretty neat. They're also related to isopods. Pancrustacea, there we go. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Cephalopod, there you go, Banshee Freak, I say, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense, Aaron. I know people like to make jokes about things, and I believe in some sense, it's kind of my job here to try and take lighthearted jokes that people make and turn them into lectures isn't the right word, but turn them into teachable moments, you know? So that's what we're trying to do. There you go, Claire. Yeah. 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 And Darwin did spend a lot of time studying barnacles. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. At some point, he was not a fan. Yeah, we might even be able to find a video about that. Because it is amusing. It's very amusing. Old
Here's a
Chucky D.
step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Oh, what's this?
Step 1, die.
Niffler. Not yet, please.
Another whole month of getting to go places I wouldn't be able to otherwise experience and learning so many new things. Thank you, Danny, for everything you do for us all.
Thank you, Niffler. I really appreciate
Instead
those kind
of settling
words.
for
And the
knowing
14
what
months of
dinosaurs
support.
looked
Holy
like,
cow.
we now need to know how
That's
they
lovely.
lived.
And thank you, Amelia Badili, for the 31 months. Thank you for that. Holy cow. Niffler and Amelia, I appreciate your support. You help keep this channel going. This would not be possible were it not for the support of viewers like you. Thank you. Genuinely, I really appreciate it. Here, let's take a look at this. Darwin and barnacles. This should be fun.
Mad.
Rip. There we go.
Don't forget our 2023 calendar featuring some of our favorite main characters.
All right.
Calendars seen one before. They're found. This
There's a barnacle.
is a barnacle. Chances are you've seen one before. They're found in virtually all marine environments.
Freaky Feline says, I love this channel. PBS Eons is wonderful. And I think I might get to meet some of the folks from there at SVP this year. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology annual meeting, which I'm going to be presenting at. Well, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I'll be presenting on that at the end of the month. So we're going to be taking about a week off from stream so that I can go do that. But I'll be bringing a lot of cool stuff back with me to talk about.
Stubbornly attached to any surfaces they can find, from rocks and boats to whales.
There's a gray whale there.
They may not look like much, but beneath that shell lies an evolutionary mystery, one that's stuck
Particles
the
are so
biggest
cool and
names in
weird.
natural history for over 100 years. Some of the most influential biologists of their day grappled with the challenge of working out what they actually are and where they fit in the tree of life, only to be proved totally wrong.
Mayfield.
Amazing! 70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs.
Well, well, well.
Cool!
Oh, no. Mayfield Pemberley, thank you for the 20 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Others were almost broken by the attempt, including Charles Darwin, who embarked on an 8-year-long personal side quest to figure them out.
Yep. This was his, oh man. Darwin's obsession for a while was barnacles. But he managed to figure them out better than anybody had prior to that. And Salamander says, I still want to go to SVP, presumably, but I'm so paralyzingly anxious. Come hang out with me, Salamander. I know you're cool. Yeah. I'll show you around. I'll introduce you to some people. Find you a friend group. I mean it, too. We'll make it happen. Also, you know Denver and Liz. You're well set up. Yeah, it would be so cool. Next year it's in England, you know? I don't even know if I'm going to that one. So, yeah. Petrodactylus says, is SVP open to the public? It is if you buy a ticket. It's expensive. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting this year in Minneapolis. I love the Prince-inspired logo. That's a Champsosaurus skull right there. That's great. It is open to the public, but it's a little bit more expensive if you're not a member. So you could join SVP, like pay an annual membership fee, and get discounted admission, or you can get kind of like interested amateur admission otherwise. They have to charge for this kind of thing because it's expensive to put on a conference like this. It's not cheap. And, you know, we're paleontologists. It's not like we get massive government contracts. I suppose if our science were a little bit more destructive and warlike, you know, we'd have government funding coming out of our ears, but, you know, just peaceful fossil scientists, so we're not getting that military-industrial complex kind of money, you know. We gotta charge people for the meeting, and it can be kind of pricey. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, want to plan for the future? I won't be able to make it this year, but if it's semi-open to the public, would love to check it out sometime. Yeah, it's pretty great. SVP is the one big meeting for vertebrate paleontologists every year. I've not seen this video before. Let's check this out.
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped
There is
together
no-
in one vast supercontinent. Dinosaurs
Ruvian.
occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thank you kindly, Ruvian. Oh, by the way, we are on our way to our sub goal for the week. 3 out of 150. On a Tuesday. That's not too bad. We'll see if we get there. I've not seen this before. I guess this is from last year's SVP, which I was raring and excited to go to, and it turned out that it was the same exact weekend as TwitchCon, so I had to make a difficult choice. And Twitch was going to comp my ticket for TwitchCon and everything. I wouldn't have to pay to get in, and so I made that choice, and I went to TwitchCon. But this year, TwitchCon was in September, SVP is at the end of October, so I get to do both. Anyway, this is the SVP that I missed last year.
There is no doubt that COVID has changed global operations on every level. For over 2 years, many in-person events have been canceled, rescheduled, or moved to online platforms. In this new world of work from home, hybrid courses, and virtual meetings, some scientific societies are starting to return to in-person events. But with all of the advances in digital conferencing technologies, why meet in person? And more generally, why do scientists even attend conferences? To fully understand the in-person conference, I came out of hiding, packed my bag, and drove to sunny, or foggy, Toronto for the annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. This was the first in-person meeting for the Society since 2019, and since that meeting was hosted in Australia, many hadn't attended since 2018, the last time it was in the US.
They have vendor tables at SVP too. Really nice.
Some attended the conference in person to share the research they're doing and hear what others have found.
That's what I'll be doing.
Take from this conference, I want people to learn more about fossil frogs and increase like the knowledge that we have about Central American frogs, and get to know different people working in different topics and learn more about what's going on in paleontology.
For younger members of the society, the face-to-face time is important for networking or finding open jobs. Deborah, what did you come to present at this meeting?
So I came to present a talk on using a virtual environment to supplement field work. You walk around, you have a little avatar, and all the information to build a stratigraphic
I know
column,
Deborah. Was she at
geological
Berkeley?
analyses. All that's embedded in the different layers and in different areas. So
seems
the
really
kids
familiar.
have to walk around and find all the information that they need to then complete the larger assignment. What?
Hang on a second. Zachap. Is that chap? Zashol?
Raiders came here to experience poultry in motion.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Zashap? Welcome back. We are back in the office here, as you can see. After doing a bunch of IRL streams this month, or last month, I guess. It's October already. Can you believe it? And, yeah. So I'm getting distracted by all kinds of different things, but we're having a fun stream here. And if anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to, introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers. We're actually live streaming that this past summer, which was a ton of fun. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I talk about at scientific conferences, too. And we're just checking out a quick little video about the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which I'll be attending the meeting at the end of the month. That dovetails with our discussion of our schedule for this month and all that stuff, so... Plockman's Mustard, thank you for the 26 months.
Ontogeny.
Bold
Do
PLZ,
appreciate that.
Cullen
Thank you,
16
thank you.
Flucci Paleontologizing.
Thank you, Blockman's. Appreciate you. Anyway, wonderful. CLMNS, how are you doing? Thank you for raiding in with Zashup. Education raid. Well. That's excellent. Yeah. And 2024 has been flying in, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yes, indeed. Zashup says, which fossils are expected in the Middle East? There's a number of really important fossils that have come from the Middle East. A lot of the most important fossils for... well, some very important ones for paleoanthropology. The study of humans and human ancestors have come from the Middle East. We don't have a ton of dinosaurs from the Middle East yet. But there are a number of other really important fossils, like from the origin of snakes and stuff from the Middle East. Mosasaurs, all kinds of critters like that. Ruvian, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. It's good to have you here, Ruvian. Holy cow. There's 5 chatters, 5 very lucky chatters who, thanks to your generosity, won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. So thank you for that. Good stuff. And the origin of snakes, yeah, Petrodactylus, yes indeed. Is it Najosh who is from... Najosh is from Patagonia. There's a really important one from, I think, Jordan? Let's see... There we go. Fossil snake with limbs. A 95 million-year-old fossil snake from the Middle East documents the most extreme hind limb development of any known member of the group. Preserves the tibia, fibula, tarsals, metatarsals, and phalanges. Yeah. Unfortunately not open access. This is from the journal Science, but give me a second here and I might be able to snag it for us. Yeah. Hang on a second. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna try some science back alleys here and see if I can gain access to this paper. Bingo!
Access granted.
There we go, a fossil snake with limbs right here. This is the publication from 2010, sorry. And check that out, just beautiful. From the lower to middle Cenomanian, basal upper Cretaceous carbonates of the Ain Yabrud near Jerusalem, deposited in a low-energy, shallow marine platform environment. And do we have a life reconstruction? What's this critter called? New taxon reported here. Hasiophus. So it's purported to be a marine snake, and it's got those remnant hind limbs back there. Back from the time when snakes still had legs. Snakes evolved from earlier lizardy ancestors who had legs. And the Well, over evolutionary time, they lost those limbs and became legless.
Reptiles own the skies,
And
the
Fedorasaur.
land, and the sea.
Thank you for the
greatest of
36
all
months
the
of support.
reptiles were the dinosaurs.
I appreciate that.
Paleo dada.
Good stuff, Fedorasaur. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 36 months. That's almost a whole year, right? Thank you. And wasn't there a large Asdarchid found in Jordan? That might be the one that turned out to not be real. I'm not sure. Yeah. And the place with the best world wonder. Is that Petra? It probably is Petrodactylus, isn't it? Yeah. With Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade fame. Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? Let's try and get back on track here. We were talking about SVP. I feel like I have to apologize a little bit as we discuss our schedule for me not streaming this week, but I'm going to be attending the big annual global meeting for vertebrate paleontologists at the end of this month. It really is this month. Holy cow, it's October already. Can you believe it? Oh boy. Anywho, why are scientific meetings important? What are they all about? What is SVP in particular? Let's take a look at this video.
The last time it was in the U.S.
Want people to learn
Hey, Cody
more
Shibi,
about
how you
fossil
doing?
frogs, about what's
Hello,
going on
hello. Yeah.
What?
Here, let's get to the meeting here.
To add.
So my research.
Oh, I met this guy at a conference last year.
Broadly speaking, about how to tell juvenile dinosaurs apart from one another, and to tell what species they belong to. This has been a really big problem in dinosaur paleontology for a very long time. I looked at modern animals and tried to chart how they grew and what kinds of changes occurred during their growth, and then applied that to the fossil record to try to test a lot of hypotheses.
What do we call that, chat?
Juvenile dinosaurs belong to which species.
What are you hoping to get out of coming to a conference like this, presenting your research?
Is that Toronto? I think it is. Dyson Dinosaur, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
Career researcher like I am, it's really nice to just be able to meet people at conferences like this, right? Get exposure for my research, try to talk to people about what I'm doing, get their feedback. It's just really, really important, and it's a good way to get people to know who I am. And in presenting my work in particular, I'm really interested to see what other people think of the solutions to the problems that I've proposed. I don't think everybody's going to agree with me, but I'd be really interested to talk with them about why they don't, to see if we can build something that's even better.
And those types of
And I've never dug up in Alberta, Mr. Proctor, not yet. But I've been just 2 miles south of the border in Rudyard, Montana, or north of Rudyard.
Just outside of a conference, one of the
same rocks,
lecture halls, and
just outside of Canada.
It's always so attractive to do it in person, so it's a really wonderful opportunity.
These meetings provide opportunities to watch the more experienced members update the crowds on their research. Oh look, there goes Tom Holtz. I'm sure he'll be talking about tyrannosaurs.
And I'm talking about non-predatory theropods.
Wait, what?
Years, T-Rex over here.
That's better.
Have I ever dug in California? I have. I live here, Jay Quartz, yeah. And I'll hopefully be doing more of that.
Once we have our degrees,
coming up.
We mostly scatter across the country or
I can't talk about it yet, but hopefully this month I can make a special announcement about
that. The isolation
that.
from loved ones and familiar faces extends beyond what we all experienced with COVID. I managed to catch up with Steve Brusati.
Steve Brusati.
Well, the meeting so far has been really fun. It'll continue to be because I have a lot of
There you go,
students,
Filippo, yeah.
postdocs, and other people that I work
Collaboration
with
is
at Edinburgh,
super
and colleagues
important.
around the world that are presenting lots of cool research. That I'm a small part of a lot of these projects, but it's just really cool to see all this new science being presented for the first time. And there's nothing better than seeing your students and your postdocs getting up in front of big crowds and talking about their research with such enthusiasm.
I'll give you a link to this video
Some
too.
at the conference are ensuring that each meeting is more inclusive than the last. Kelsey
There you
Stilson
go.
is a postdoctoral researcher and the chair of the diversity committee.
I'm here to kind of promote a diverse and equitable society. There's been a lot of systemic issues within paleontology, and that
we've got issues with that in paleo for sure.
Forward. There's all these different dimensions of diversity that we normally don't
tricky.
think of, and we want other people to have their voice shown too. So here in the diversity committee, we have lots of different events that we hold, like the Roundtable Forum, where people can come and learn about all these different aspects of paleontology or furthering their careers. So we're trying to get different voices from all over paleontology. And part of that is making room for those voices. You might not ever understand someone's lived experience, but that doesn't mean that you don't accept it. The understanding comes with
That's a
time.
good point.
Acceptance can come before understanding. What we learn if we talk to
So there's a tricky thing when it comes to like marginalized people in paleontology in particular. And I think I can speak freely about this. It's not, if you're part of a marginalized group, a historically oppressed group, paleontology is probably not your first choice of career because it doesn't pay well. If you're part of a marginalized group and you're looking to get into a university, pursue a career, make some money, be able to support your parents, your family, and your community, you're probably going to want to become a medical doctor or an engineer or a lawyer or something like that, one of these high-earning professions. You're not going to want to become a paleontologist. To a certain extent, fossil science is the kind of a career path where you kind of have to take a vow of poverty to a certain extent. And so if you're a first-generation university student, I guess like I was, and you're looking to find a career that will advance you socioeconomically speaking, paleo is not the field for you, really. Unless you're extremely passionate about it, unless this is absolutely your dream, then yeah, by all means pursue it, but if you're trying to lift yourself up out of poverty, paleontology is not the way to go. And so I'm very much in favor of efforts like this, but at the same time, there are systemic issues that prevent paleontology from being a good career path for a lot of marginalized folks. That sucks. It really does, you know? Yeah. Jay Court says, I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to be a paleontologist. My dad was like, by the time you grow up, all the fossils will already be found? What? We haven't even scratched the surface yet. I'm sorry your dad told you that, Jay Courts, but that's completely false. Oh boy. Yeah. But yeah. Charlie's Dragon says you have to feel like it's a thing you can become. If all you see of X profession is unlike you, and you're raised asked, how many children do you want when you grow up, rather than what do you want to become when you grow up? Well, I'm preaching to the choir. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and there's a short on the subject? Is that right, Claire? Let's take a look at this.
Do you think we'll run out of discoveries? No.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing about paleontology, including dinosaur paleontology, is that we always run out of funding and time before we run out of things to dig up. In this particular spot right here, this valley that we're working in, just in this little valley right here, there are so many different sites producing so many different dinosaurs. You know, to hear Jim say it, you could have 100 crews working here every summer for 1,000 years and still not find everything. And that's just in this one valley. You know, just in this little corner of Utah. So there's so much out here. It's just,
yeah, absolutely.
Finding money and personnel to do this kind of thing is tricky. So we're really lucky that we get to come back year after year here, and we really kind of pinch every penny to make sure that we can do that. But yeah, it'll be a long, humans will be extinct before every dinosaur gets discovered. Do you think we'll run out of?
Yeah, agreed. Anyway. And thank you, Niffler, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Holy cow.
This is why science research is such an important, much further reaching impact.
Yeah.
My paralysis wouldn't allow me to do field work, but I went on a dig this summer and last summer thanks to you.
Thank you, Niffler. I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Like
Thank you for the kind words.
Who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
And one Plat's egg, thank you for the follow. But Niffler, seriously, that means a lot to me. That's why I do this. That's why I stream science. trying to give folks an inside peek into how fossil science works to the best of my ability. And I've been very privileged to be able to do that. To be able to do live streams from the field. It's been a dream come true. And I'm really excited to share that with my colleagues at SVP this year. Here, I think I can show you. Let's see. There we go. That's not it, it's the other one. Beautiful. Yeah, we were writing to let you know that your poster presentation at the SVP 2024 annual meeting has been scheduled as follows. November 2nd, I'll be giving my poster presentation. The title is Live Streaming as Paleontological Outreach, Lessons from 4 Years of Real-Time Fossil Science Broadcasting. Super excited about that. Before we get that done, before I actually make that poster though, I've got to do a viewer survey. We'll be doing that next week, I think. Maybe all week next week. Here. So I gotta modify that here. Hang on a second. There we are. Make that a little bit darker. But yeah, the experience of people like Niffler is gonna be invaluable for this. The point is, I want to be able to get demographic data, get anecdotes for people about how these science live streams were meaningful to them, impactful for them. If you've got a story like that, I want to hear about it when I do the survey. So we'll be doing that all next week. I'll have a link available, and it's going to be good. And I'll be presenting this data at SVP during my presentation. Anyhow, and I'm excited to be able to say, hey, friends and colleagues, look at what we've been able to do on Twitch. Look at how meaningful this is for folks. This kind of outreach is really impactful. So I'm excited about that. And Gazaway says, live streaming is today's Carl Sagan format. I love that. I think it's awesome, the outreach. Thank you, Gazaway. I appreciate you saying that. I actually have a couple of Carl Sagan quotes that I've picked out that I want to put on the poster as well, but yeah. Anywho, back to the video here. Yeah.
Each other. We have a lot more in common where we're all experiencing, we're all struggling, and we just don't know it.
But is attending the conference just about networking and research? Or is there some other charm to it being in person?
My name is Stuart Sumida. I'm a professor of biology at the California State University in San Bernardino.
Nice.
And the incoming vice president
CSU.
of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
What's the purpose of scientific conferences like this?
Well, a lot of people would tell you the scientific conferences are for us to get together, share our research, talk about the latest events.
It's also about community, too.
Which it is, don't get me wrong. But it's much, much more than that. One of the things that happens in a scientific conference is that you interact with other people. You don't just talk to them, okay? You interact with them. And so conferences are gathering places. They're places of serendipity.
Is that right? Dyson Dinosaur? Very cool.
For example, I was looking at a specimen with a colleague. We couldn't figure out what it was. I saw another colleague walk by and I asked him, do you have any idea what this is? He looked at it and he says, oh my goodness, where did you get that? Neither of them knew one another. But suddenly, because we were all together in the same place, now there's a collaboration between two people that never would have happened otherwise. And those are the kinds of things that happen when people gather and they communicate about their passions. And that's really what happens at conferences. People of similar passion come together.
And what are you hoping to get out of this conference, SVP specifically?
I get to see people that I care about, people who are of similar interest, people who my son likes to say are as nerdy as me.
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
Frankie Dragula, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome.
Interest, people who my son likes to say are as nerdy as me, right? But we also are helping to support the profession of vertebrate paleontology. And let's face it, vertebrate paleontology is one of the most popular of sciences. We are the hook, along with oceanography and marine biology, that brings people into science.
And space science, too, to a certain extent, yeah.
So we have a huge responsibility to maintain and advance our science, because we're the gateway science for young people throughout the world.
These conferences are vital for advancing the sciences. From sharing our official findings and catching up with old friends, to serendipitous moments in hallways between presentations. Each of these moments create connections. Not only are these important for our individual mental health, and more so in these
Is that Andy Farkey? I think so. I think that's Andy Farkey. We ran into him at the Elf Museum last week, a couple weeks ago. When was that at this point? But let me find that clip here. Let's see.
Well, it's nice to see everyone. Welcome to the museum. Please
That's
stop
him.
by in person if you're in the Southern California area. Always
Absolutely.
happy to have fellow paleo fans here. Nice to meet Danny in person for the first time today. And hopefully you'll get to see some of the cool stuff, the baby dinosaur.
I think we did very briefly meet in SVP 2013, but I don't really remember that. I'm sure Andy doesn't remember that either, so we'll just say it.
Fossil replicas, all the other great stuff all around here.
Awesome.
So, all right.
If you've got to run or something, I appreciate your time.
No,
and
I got a few
I'll
minutes
see
here.
what,
I got a few minutes before
you got a
class,
few minutes?
So yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about the museum and what makes this place so special?
Yeah.
So he does that here in a little bit. I'll give you a link to that particular moment right here, and then we'll skip forward to another spot. Talking about becoming a paleontologist, Andy had some great insight into that here.
Carnotaurus, a long time ago.
It's gonna.
Dr. Andy Farkey here.
Hello again.
Dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah. Nice to have some of you from earlier, when I saw earlier before I went to class. I just got done teaching class.
Awesome. Hope it went well.
It did, yeah.
Excellent.
And hopping back in. So
awesome.
Yeah, so y'all are walking through the Cenozoic and okay, cool. Very cool.
Signal. Here, we'll skip forward a little bit. I've got that question I always like to ask paleontologists.
A monster out of a D&D campaign. Another over the years who worked for some area museums who
had any idea. Thank you so much for showing us. Holy cow.
There's a few other fossils around here that he found. A number of other paleontologists over the years who got started. A guy by the name of Dan Fisher, who just retired from University of Michigan. He's a guy that's done a lot of the foundational work on mastodon and mammoth ecology and behavior. So he was also from here. So,
very cool.
And if people want like a really deep dive on pop cultural connections, the guy who created the character Gumby from like way back in the 50s, 60s, Art Clokey, was a student here also, and was on the trip that found the very first fossil specimen that did this. So
very cool. Very cool. Let's skip forward and let's get to that question that I had.
I'd like to ask colleagues.
Here we go.
And now being able to have him as a colleague. So.
That's awesome. Yeah. And before you take off, if you've got just another minute,
I do.
A standard question I'd like to ask colleagues on stream is, if they have any advice for anybody watching who might want to become a paleontologist.
Oh, yeah.
Like kind of drawing from your own experience and your own story.
Yeah.
Yeah, what advice can you give?
Yeah, I think my biggest advice for anyone interested in paleo is not to limit yourself. I always have loved dinosaurs. Well, since like the age of 4. I haven't always loved dinosaurs, but I've loved dinosaurs since I was
Since you were aware of them,
yeah. And, you know, I always had a thought that I'd want to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Yeah.
But I also was really excited to discover there's other facets of paleontology, there's other facets of science.
Not just being an academic.
Super interesting and super informative. And I think, you know, I've always been lucky to be able to get a broad background from the people I've been around and also have that broad background to enable me to pursue different kinds of opportunities.
Yeah.
The statistic I always use is, you know, there are more. It is easier to get a job as an NFL quarterback than it is to get a job as a dinosaur paleontologist.
It's true. By the numbers, it's true. We've got an ad break coming up in about 15 seconds, by the way. If you want to avoid the ads, you can subscribe for just $6 a month and help support our mission of science outreach here. You might get lucky and get gifted a sub, but here comes an ad break for anybody who is not subscribed. I'll see you in just a couple minutes.
That's
like when
true.
you look at the NFL draft,
oh man,
there are more quarterback positions every year than there are dinosaur curators positions that open up.
Yep.
And so I like to think I'm in an elite class.
Yeah.
You know, I'm more elite. I wish I get paid at NFL level salaries, but
I wish that too.
That,
oh boy.
Able to have diverse paths for your career. Like I never imagined when I was a grad student that someday I'd be able to work with high school students at a high school and be able to run a museum in that way. Like that's not a career path I ever thought would be open.
Sure.
And so being able to be open to different kinds of opportunities, different kinds of possibilities, even though I'm not like strictly, you know, my job title is not paleontologist, I'm able to do paleontology in a setting. And, you know, working with all the things I've learned over the years about, you know, science communication, being able to write, being able to speak, being able to communicate in diverse and new formats.
Right.
You know, the idea of being on a Twitch stream. You know, when I was a grad student, like we didn't even know what it. You know, there was no Twitch. There wasn't Twitter yet, or I guess whatever we're calling it nowadays. Any sort of stream. You know, social. You know, Blue Sky.
Sure.
Things. And so being able to be flexible and not too boxed into just a single idea of what it means to be a scientist or what it means to be in paleontology. And, you know, some of my favorite people to work with in the profession are those that really don't have paleontology as any part of what they do. Some of our fossils that were found here, like the holotype for Gripposaurus monumentensis. The guy who found that was a volunteer on a field crew. He's actually a carpenter. He's not a he's not a paleontologist by trade, but he's found a lot of really amazing fossils just because he has the skill, he has the interest in getting out and doing that. And he found a holotype, you know, for a new kind of dinosaur, just because he had like the eye and the dedication and that. And so even though he's not a professional in the sense of being a paid paleontologist, he's someone who does paleontology and has made some pretty amazing discoveries. And I think
so I think that also speaks to this idea that, like, we need to make paleontology more inclusive as much as we can, but also understand that that doesn't necessarily mean that people from marginalized communities are going to want to become paleontologists, because, like I said, it kind of comes with that vow of poverty in a certain sense. But if, you know, people can get a high-paying job, you know, in medicine or in law or in engineering or tech or something like that, and we can still get them interested in fossil science, still have them volunteer, still involve them, you know, still make our field more vibrant with all of their experience and their background and get their assistance for these things, then that's the best of all worlds, I think. Yeah. Anywho. Again, if you want to take a look at this video here from the Alf Museum, this was just 12 days ago. Less than 2 weeks ago we were there. That's nuts. It feels like so much longer. But anyway, there's Andy Farkey there.
Isolating years, but also crucial for building the scaffolding on which we create our ideas. Personally, after many
very
years
funny
of
damn wing.
seclusion, the meeting refreshed my perspective on research and refilled my emotional cup. Until next time, SVP.
Nice. Well, wait, shoot, that was shorter than I thought. But yeah, anyway, SVP, I'm very excited for. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. I can't wait. And I'm gonna have to work on some dance moves as well. For the after party. Academics. We're not the best dancers. Although, I don't know, some of us are. There's Nate Carroll right there. Friend of the channel from the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. Anyway. Very excited. Oh, there's Jungmei O'Connor. With her brand new Archaeopteryx at the Field Museum in Chicago. Anyway, very excited to see all these good folks again. At the end of October. We're going to be taking some days off from streaming so I can attend the meeting. And I'm very, very excited. My first SVP in too long. It's been too many years. So I'm really excited to go back and present on my outreach here on Twitch and present on some recent research that I've been doing as well. Yeah. I like the disco dance, says Pfeiffer John. Me too. Looking forward to it. And Eki says, I once went on an archaeological dig, but I didn't repeat the experience as I wasn't paying for that privilege. Hope dino digs aren't as elitist. I promise you we're not. No way. Oh boy. Yeah, here. I'll show you a clip. Let's see if I can find this in time. There we go.
Natural history in Denver. The hope of finding more pieces of this gigantic puzzle keeps the diggers picking away at their assigned portion of hillside.
Yep.
When I was a little kid, you know, like 8, I was interested in dinosaurs, and I even thought about growing up to be a paleontologist. And as I got older, I just found other things more compelling. But when this chance to do this came up, I just couldn't say no.
Sorry about the background noise. It's part of the video.
Own, just for fun, I wouldn't even know how to start. So it's like you're going with experts who know what they're doing, and they can say, don't do that. Whereas you might just go ahead and do it and wreck it.
Volunteers
we rely on volunteers.
Or weeks to experience the thrill of uncovering fragments that have been buried under layers of time. Soon, reluctantly, they must go home to earn their living in usual pursuits.
Yep. We, as paleontologists, are very reliant on goodwill and enthusiasm of volunteers. We do our best to accommodate them however we can, but volunteers are kind of the lifeblood of a lot of field programs like this. This past summer, when I was working in Utah and Wyoming, especially in Wyoming, nobody there was getting paid. I guess there were a few museum paleontologists who are salaried, so I guess they're kind of getting paid in the sense that they're paid a salary every year. But nobody was getting paid to be out there. Except for me, I guess, because streaming is how I make my money. How I support myself. But yeah, it's all volunteer work, you know? Yeah. And salaries are literally paid out annually. There you go, Salamander. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Aaron says, is it true that Pteranodon is not really a dinosaur species?
That belongs in a museum.
Sorry, wrong button. Ding, ding, ding. Yes, you are correct. Pteranodon is a pterosaur. So pterosaurs are ancient flying reptiles, Mesozoic flying reptiles, and they're not quite dinosaurs. They're closely related to the dinosaurs, but they are not dinosaurs themselves. So, to go back to our little infographic about what is a dinosaur and what isn't. Dinosaurs are every creature that evolves from that first dinosaur ancestor. That's why they're dinosaurs, because they evolved from that dinosaur ancestor. Pterosaurs are just outside of that. So they're close relatives of dinosaurs, but they're not quite in the dinosaur club. They don't come from the dinosaur branch, so they're not a dinosaur, but they are very close. So they diverged first. Before the first dinosaurs evolved, pterosaurs had already split off before then, basically. That's one way you could think of it, Murph. Yeah. So yeah. But they come out of the same tube. Yeah, I know, damn wing. Yeah, with your plastic dinosaur playset like this, you know, there are critters in here that are not dinosaurs. Not dinosaurs. This one here, this pterosaur, looks like Pteranodon actually, is not a dinosaur. Likewise, when you get ones that have marine reptiles in them. Like... Let's see. Betcha there's some lurking in here. The marine reptiles. A marine reptile is, in and of itself, a grab bag term. It's not a proper clade. They're not actually closely related to each other. And here we go. Yeah. So here, this plesiosaur right here, not a dinosaur. It's an ancient marine reptile. And there's Dimetrodon trying to hide behind this sauropod. We know you're not a dinosaur either, Dimetrodon. We just talked about that earlier in today's stream. So yeah. The reason why they're not dinosaurs is they're from other branches on the Tree of Life. They didn't evolve from that first dinosaur ancestor, so they are not dinosaurs. Anywho. And they're all the same size. Yeah, all these creatures lived at different times, too. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our schedule, shall we? Let's talk about this a little bit. Oh, and Guzaway's got a question first. Has the idea that some dinosaurs may have been warm-blooded changed the evolutionary branching of dinosaurs? More the other way around. I think our understanding now that birds are living dinosaurs makes it clear that dinosaurs were likely warm-blooded. We've got multiple lines of evidence, at least a dozen different lines of evidence that suggest that dinosaurs were warm-blooded. And some of those are super direct. Like, we can just look at the rate of growth. We can look at the structure of their bones and be able to tell, oh, shoot, they had all of these cells in here that would have been very oxygen hungry. They would have had an elevated metabolism in order to be able to keep that, you know, keep their bodies going. But, yeah. Metabolism is one of those things that is related to phylogeny. So, like, different groups of organisms tend to have the same kind of metabolism, unless some of them evolve a special metabolism, which happens sometimes. A good example of this might be leatherback sea turtles. These guys are warm-blooded, at least in the sense that they maintain their own body temperature. They generate their own body heat from inside, even though they're a turtle, even though they're part of a cold-blooded group. You know, they should be ectothermic, you know, cold-blooded. But they've evolved a special kind of metabolism so that they can live in colder environments. We get them as far north as San Francisco Bay, or at least, like, the coast of Northern California. There have been leatherback sea turtles spotted and photographed, officially documented, as far north as San Francisco, where the water is very cold, like we were talking about yesterday on stream. But yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. We've got evidence that most, if not all, dinosaurs had elevated metabolisms. They would have been warm-blooded. Birds today are warm-blooded. They're even more warm-blooded than most mammals are. Most birds have got super elevated metabolisms. And we've got a pretty good sense that they evolved that from their dinosaur ancestors. from their feathery theropod ancestors, like these guys, Maniraptorans. That's a lovely image. Let me see if I can open this up and see it. Image in new tab. There we go. Yeah, lovely. So Maniraptoran dinosaurs, as far as we know, they all had feathers. And birds are part of this group. Birds evolved from earlier members of this group back in the Jurassic period. So yeah. Yeah. And 11:48 p.m., I finally catch you live. Agandul, it is good to see you. Welcome, welcome. You'll be pleased to know that I'm starting earlier from now on. We're starting at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Like, starting time from now on. We're going to try it in October and November and see how we like it. And I'll also be taking Fridays off. So, same number of streaming hours. But Fridays I'll get a nice clear slot to work on science. Get some papers published and stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Emotional Bagel says, I walked into the water at Ocean Beach once in San Francisco. That's right by the San Francisco Zoo. Up to my ankles, thought, nope, and turned around. Yeah, that water is cold. For sure. And Gene Wen says, as a European, I'm very much in favor of that change. Good. Glad. Friday, like I was saying earlier, Fridays are our slowest day anyway, with the fewest viewers. A lot of people say that I stream late. I, of course, am streaming from here in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area on the Pacific coast of the United States. Pacific time zone. It's not a great time zone for streaming, honestly. Got so many people on the East Coast of the US and in Europe where it's 3 to 9 hours earlier for them. Later for them. Later. So yeah. We're making a change here and hopefully it goes well. Yeah. And did all carnivorous dinosaurs have feathers? That's a great question, The Spy. We don't know. We know all of them had wishbones, at least. All of the theropod dinosaurs. And a wishbone is a very bird-like feature. It could be that all dinosaurs had feathers ancestrally, and certain dinosaur groups later lost them. We think that's probably the case for sauropods and some of the ornithischian dinosaurs, maybe? But yeah, we're not totally sure yet. There's a lot of work left to be done, a lot of fossils yet to be found, a lot more figuring out to be accomplished before we can answer that question. Did all meat-eating dinosaurs have feathers? Did all dinosaurs originally have feathers? We don't know yet. Yeah. And Agandul says, Canner, have you ever talked about the accuracy or up-to-date information on dinosaurs in the Jurassic Park novel? Not so much in the novel, but a while back I did a YouTube video talking about the original Jurassic Park film. Here we go. I'll show you the beginning of that, and then I'll give you the link.
Well, hey there. This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza.
This is before I was on Twitch.
Something pretty special planned.
Jurassic Park isn't just one of the most popular films of all time. It's also tremendously important as a cultural touchstone and as a piece of paleontological public outreach. That's important to understand. After all, as a dinosaur paleontologist, it's my job not just to dig these animals up and to study them, but also to make sure that information from my
Aaron, thank you for being here. I'll see you around, I hope. Come back anytime.
Shaped the public's view of dinosaurs for a generation. To help explore this idea, I sat down with one of my favorite people in the world who has somehow managed to have never seen this movie before.
Today we are being joined by the lovely and whip-smart Marielle Colvin.
Hi.
So, Marielle, despite being a native Montanan, you were born and raised in Montana, correct?
Yep.
Kishmai, thank you.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to R006. They
I
have
appreciate
given
that,
3 gift
Kishmai.
subs
Thank
in
you,
the
thank
channel.
you for gifting. Aaron, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your generosity.
6 generations back.
6 generations, jeez. And yet, you have never seen Jurassic Park. Which might be... Tell me if I'm wrong about this in the comments, but that might be one of the most prominent films to ever actually feature scenes in Montana.
A river runs through it.
I've never seen that.
You've
still
never
haven't
seen
seen
it.
that movie.
I would say, well, maybe it's not more prominent,
I don't think it is.
but it's also quite famous.
Yeah.
Gave bread.
Is it that famous?
So,
Okay. Is that right?
Mhm.
He used to be a model before he was an actor, wasn't he?
I think so.
Huh. Interesting.
I'm not up to date on my Brad Pitt trivia.
I'm not either. But there is one thing that I'm pretty sure about, and I'm pretty sure that most of the people watching this will be more familiar with Jurassic Park than A River Runs Through It. I'm not shitting on that movie or anything. Just
And there you go, Kojibi.
another
See?
interesting thing. I mean, you're
That's what I
pretty
thought,
legit
yeah.
in the sense that you've actually been on you've participated in a real dinosaur dig before.
I have.
And yet you have never seen Jurassic Park. I almost feel like I'm kind of ruining something really special right here, because if you were to make a Venn diagram of all the people who have actually been on a legitimate paleontological dig before,
Look, you don't have time to put
seen...
dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Ewonk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thankfully, there are dinosaurs in this dinosaur movie. You will have dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour, right?
Jurassic Park. That's like
Nearly a circle. As long as you're only counting the people alive today.
Yes. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm guessing there are very few people who have participated in a legitimate dinosaur dig who have never seen Jurassic Park, and you are one of those people. But you will no longer be after we finish watching this.
Hop in the line.
So we're
Anyway, so we talk about the science and everything in this too.
And then we're going to come back here and talk about it a little bit. See what you think. If you have any questions, we can talk about that.
There you go.
Should be fun. So, you ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's do it.
Anywho, it was a lot of fun to do. Yeah. What were we talking about before that, though? I forget. And I don't remember that DM Wing. I need to reread the sequel, I guess. Oh boy. Yeah, Michael Crichton had a lot of kind of wacky ideas about science, for sure. Yeah. Let's see. So all carnivorous dinosaurs have feathers. Oh, somebody was asking about sauropods. Was that salamander? Trying to find that message here. Let's see. Where was that? I don't know if I'm going to find it. Salamander, would you mind reposting your question? Oh, it was you! Casey Snoward. Okay, okay. You were asking about sauropods and why we think they might have had feathers? Yeah, so there's an idea that the common ancestor of sauropods and theropods may have had feathers. Critters like Eoraptor. They may have had feathers. We don't have direct fossil evidence of this yet. But you see a lot of reconstructions of Eoraptor with feathers like this. And Eoraptor is considered an early sauropod instead of a theropod, which is kind of wild. Things get so similar as you get to the base of the dinosaur family tree that it's really difficult to pick apart who belongs to what group, because they all just start looking the same the further back you go in time as you get closer to that common ancestor. But pterosaurs, who are right next to the dinosaurs on our cladogram, our tree of life. Pterosaurs, we know, had this fuzzy filamentous covering like this. So the question is, this fuzzy stuff, is it something that they evolved separately, independently? Is it a unique thing that only they had? Or is it the same thing as dinosaur feathers? Those hair-like feathers that some early dinosaurs had. If it's the same thing, then that means that the common ancestor of dinosaurs and pterosaurs, with an Avametatarsalia there, this critter first had those feathers, and pterosaurs and dinosaurs just inherited that from that ancestor. Is that the case? We don't know yet. It is currently being debated. So there are some paleontologists who think that pterosaur pycnofibers, those hair-like filaments that pterosaurs had, there are some paleontologists who think that they are legit feathers, but we're not really sure yet. Yeah. Anyway, here is a link if you want to read more about that. Yeah. Yeah. And Agandal says, is it even possible to determine whether a dinosaur had feathers or scales just from the bones? Yes and no. The reason why we know certain dinosaurs had had feathers is because we have fossil feathers from them. We've known this since the 1990s with dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx here, with beautiful preserved feathers there on the specimen. Some of them, like Podipteryx, have got more complex, like, flight feathers on them. Where they've got the rachis and the veins coming off of them and everything. So normally you need actual fossil feathers, but occasionally there's marks on the bones left by the attachment of feathers. Like on this velociraptor ulna, an upper arm bone from a velociraptor that's got quill knobs on it. It's got tiny little bumps and indentations that are characteristic of feather attachment spots. And there are going to be a lot of other dinosaurs that have this too. We just need more intensive study of them. We need more people looking for these quill knobs because they will exist on other dinosaurs as well. I'm sure of it. Just don't have them yet. So yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Stepping Neuron says, no way. Yeah. Yeah. So we now know that dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathers all over their bodies. They would have looked like big weird birds. That's one of the ideas I was trying to get across with Velia at TwitchCon. Here we go.
Yeah. You can pet her if you like.
I'll give you the California Verb special.
There's Ms. Yvette right there, who's helping us out, pass out stickers and business cards and stuff.
Very cool. Any questions or anything in chat? Sorry, not to put you on the spot.
That thing was vicious, says Nerduino. Yeah, let's see if we can find that clip, actually. Where was it?
Oh, do you want to do a face reveal real quick? Well,
that we encountered Nerduino.
Carol, who is very graciously doing our camera work for us. Yeah.
There's Nerduino and Astro Canuck right there. Nerduino, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
Astro Canuck.
And what was that? What did our lights just do?
I was like, who is that?
That was bizarre.
Hey guys, how you doing? We're having a great time here at TwitchCon.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Well, I did mean to interrupt, but I hope it wasn't too disruptive.
No, you're fine. Panel was awesome.
Happy memories. Yes, indeed, Nerduino. It was great seeing you again. Can't wait till TwitchCon next year. It's gonna be awesome.
So we can watch it later?
It's on the Give Please. It's on my channel. So we'll have the VOD here as well.
Very cool. Yeah.
That was great.
Awesome. Super.
Anywho, Velociraptor, feathers. Oh yeah. And do we know what colors they were? We've been able to start figuring it out for a few different dinosaurs. Wild, but it's true. Not only that, but we've been able to figure out some of their ecology based on that coloration. Check this out.
Revealing what color dinosaurs were was once thought impossible.
Yep.
The discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils has allowed us to reconstruct the likely color patterns of certain dinosaur species. One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China.
Yeah,
Discovered
China's
here
really
in
the place to be.
1990s, Sinosauropteryx has
the wingspan of this flying monster
Will
would have been
62.
about 15.5 meters.
Thank you for the 15 months.
Paleo YES move.
I appreciate that, Will62. That's a long time. Thank you, thank you. Keeping me online for that long. I really appreciate it.
feathers preserved that retain remnants of the original pigment that gave the animal its color in life. This means that we can reconstruct its color patterns to give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived. One of the color patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside. This is a kind of camouflage called countershading.
Diamwing says, hasn't some of the melanosome discoveries been called into question? I think in a few limited cases, but it's the same thing like with the medullary bone. You know, like, it's an extraordinary claim, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But I think the more that it's been tested, the more it's held up, you know? Yeah.
It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above.
This is so cool.
At the top.
So, understanding this, understanding the idea of counter shading, will help you understand why certain creatures look the way that they do. The next time that you see a deer or a shark or a dolphin or a, I don't know, a dog, this will help you understand why they are the way they are.
Is like.
And Twitch just followed me. Well, well, well. Did my eyes deceive me, or is that the Twitch, the very platform that we're on right now? Very cool. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Twitch. I really dig your platform. It allows me to do science outreach full time. It's changed my life. I appreciate it more than you know. Holy cow. Twitch says I like science too. Well, you were in the right place. Welcome, welcome, Twitch. Holy cow. I don't know what to say. But thank you for building such a wonderful platform for science outreach, you know? Let's get a more upbeat song here, shall we? There we go. And we do have science. Nerduino is a fellow scientist here on Twitch. Along with Science Streams and several others too. Volcano Duck. And thank you for those 5 gift subs. I appreciate that very much. Holy cow. I don't even know what to say.
Twitch really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Twitch. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow.
Golganak gifted a tier 1 sub to Twitch. They
And
have
thank you,
150
Golganak.
gift subs in the channel.
Lovely. I really appreciate that. Please let me know, Twitch, if you have any questions at all about fossil science, about natural history, or about dinosaurs in particular, because that's what I study, what I work on, my area of expertise. Yeah. Hopefully you already know about our fieldwork live streams from this past summer, where live on Twitch we were out there digging up dinosaurs. And thank you, Hogan, for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you kindly. Good stuff.
698 is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
this is unique.
Oh, hang on a sec. I'm trying to find... There we go. Summer 2024 playlist. There we go.
Most of your big Jurassic dinosaurs just get wiped out. We don't.
There we go.
Yeah.
This past summer.
For the benefit of anybody who might be new, plus anybody who might be watching this video later on in the VOD or on YouTube.
Like we're doing right now.
Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some science outreach.
That's the
What does that
whole
mean,
goal,
science
you know?
Outreach. Well, I think all too often as scientists, we have sometimes neither the resources nor the time nor the inclination to really talk to regular folks, to showcase the work that we do, you know, to try and make things accessible to the general public. I've been really lucky in the sense that I actually make my living doing science outreach.
Thanks to this platform.
This platform has allowed me the opportunity to do that, and this is how I pay my bills. And it's summertime, and as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs.
I miss it already.
And I get to share it with you, and I think that's
So
super
excited
awesome.
for next summer.
I hope you think so too.
Anywho, we're
anywho,
we're back in the office right now, so let's get back to the topic at hand. We were talking about dinosaur feathers, dinosaur coloration.
One sub to Nightbot. They
Thank you,
have
Lenina,
given
for gifting Nightbot.
358 gift subs in the channel.
I appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you, thank you. Let's talk about counter shading here, and why counter shading is important to understand when we're talking about dinosaurs like this.
Because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above.
There we go.
The top surface of an object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed. In seeing this, our brains are able to recognize things as three-dimensional objects. In counter-shaded animals, the top surface is darker and the lower surface is lighter.
Yep.
This evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional.
That's why this is such a common, like, shading scheme for different critters. There we go. Whether we're talking about ungulates, like these antelope here, we're talking about birds, like these penguins, themselves a kind of theropod dinosaur. Whether we're talking about white sharks, these guys dark on top, light underneath. It's funny, badgers are kind of the opposite. They want to be seen. They're like, hey, get out of my way. Look at me. Stand clear. So they do the opposite. They're light on top and dark underneath. But most critters don't want to be seen. And so they've got that dark on top, light underneath. Here's a Supermarine Spitfire right here, World War II fighter plane. And it's the same way. Human beings have been able to figure this out as well. They're like, hey, that color scheme makes a lot of sense. Planes that we want to not be visible, we're going to do the same thing, you know? Pretty cool.
A would-be benefit for both predators and prey. Importantly, lighting conditions vary between different types of habitat. Animals living in open areas with...
And Nagin says, how are you doing, Nagin? Isn't it also because that side is exposed to the direction of the sun, as the bottom is always shaded? Exactly, yeah, that's what they were talking about right here. Maybe you just came in, but,
evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah. But you get different lighting conditions in different environments. And so the kind of counter shading, the transition between dark and light, will be in different spots, and it'll have different gradients depending on the environment. Check it out.
Between different types of habitat.
Yeah.
Animals living in open areas with lots of light tend to have a sharp, dark to light transition high up on the body.
They're out in the open.
While animals living in closed areas, such as forests, tend to have more gradual transitions positioned lower down.
Lower down on the body.
This means that we can determine the likely habitat that Sinosauropteryx was living in 130 million years ago, based on its pattern of countershading. To determine in which environment the countershading in Sinosauropteryx would have been most effective, we made three-dimensional models of its body and observed them under varying light conditions. This showed us exactly where shadows would occur in each different habitat. We then compared that to the actual color patterns seen in the fossils. The countershading transition was abrupt and high up on the body, best positioned to negate the shadows cast by direct sunlight. We can therefore infer that Sinosauropteryx was best suited to have lived in an open environment.
Interesting.
With this work, we have shown that by looking at paleocolor, we can start to understand important aspects of the behaviors of extinct animals and also better interpret the long-lost habitats and environments in which they lived.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'll give you a link to that video right there. But it's pretty neat what we're able to figure out about some extinct critters like this. And this has to do with my own research. Looking at modern animals as a clue for extinct animals like dinosaurs. The present is the key to the past in a lot of ways. And the past is the key to the present in a lot of ways too. It's neat how all of these things relate to one another, you know? Paleontology is full of these connections like this that you can make to figure out some of these mysteries.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a
And Lidsif, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Anywho. Oh, and shoot, I missed that question from Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch. Do you think Procompsognathus could jump on each other and create one larger dinosaur like a Mighty Morphin Megazord? I love that question. This is what I do here on this channel, is take facetious questions, turn them into teachable moments. So could they do that? I wouldn't say there's any evidence that they could stand on each other and put a trench coat on and look like another dinosaur, but maybe not for Procompsognathus, but for Compsognathus, for Scuriamimus, Juravenator, Sinosauropteryx, that little critter we were just looking at. Sinosauropteryx with the counter shading and the raccoon or red panda kind of coloration there. It could be that this little dinosaur is just a baby. So while it's been described as a new kind of dinosaur, and while we talk about Sinosauropteryx, we talk about Compsognathus, we talk about Juravenator and Scuriamimus and Scipionyx, critters like that, it very well might be that these little guys that we call Compsognathids, they might just be juveniles of other kinds of dinosaurs. This might not be a real group. So rather than these guys stacking themselves up in a trench coat or whatever, like we were joking about, it could very well be that this whole group of dinosaurs isn't real. In the sense that this is not what they looked like when they're full grown. We might be saying, oh yeah, this is a family of small little dinosaurs that all just look kind of generic. No, these might just be babies of much larger dinosaurs. There's a really interesting paper. Yeah, ontogeny, there you go. There's a really interesting paper that just came out this spring putting forth that idea, and we talked about it extensively on stream. I'm actually really excited to be, to hopefully meet the author and talk to him about that at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of October in Minneapolis. I'll be missing about a week's worth of streams to go to this conference, but that's sometimes what you gotta do as a scientist, you know? I gotta make sure I'm staying on the cutting edge of science if I'm gonna be talking about it live on stream. And publishing my own papers and everything, obviously. But yeah. Yeah, Compsognathidae. Some authors have proposed that Compsognathidae is not a monophyletic group, and at least some Compsognathids represent juvenile specimens of larger tetanoid theropods, such as carnosaurs and tyrannosaurs. There is a chance that little Sinosauropteryx there is actually just a juvenile of a larger dinosaur, like, say, Eutyrannus. The big feathered theropod from the same time and place. They could be the same critter. It's possible. We need more fossils. We need new ways to study them. We need more people working on this problem, you know? And this guy's cute, says Chef Nagin. I know, right? Yeah. A bunch of these theropod dinosaurs are pretty charismatic, you know? It depends how you reconstruct them. Sometimes they can look scarier, or they can look kind know, fluffier and more, I don't know, friendly. Like this. We don't know exactly how they looked in life, so it does take some creative liberties to reconstruct them. But yeah. But yeah, and Twitch says, I am learning. I'm so glad you're here. This is wonderful. It's an honor to have you in the chat. I appreciate it, Twitch. Anyway, this is what we talk about a lot. Like, it could be that little Sinosauropteryx is just the juvenile of a larger dinosaur like Eutyrannus that lived in the same time in the same place. This is an ongoing thing. This is kind of a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology. A study of what we call ontogeny. So as dinosaurs grow and develop throughout their lifetimes, they change a lot.
Ontogeny.
To the point where we used to have like 20 different species of Triceratops that have been named. And it turns out
ontogeny.
Most of those differences are just differences during ontogeny, during their individual growth and development as individual animals.
Ontogeny.
So that's really important to understand, you know? Sometimes the differences that we see are not the differences between species. It's just that these dinosaurs are morphing and changing throughout their individual lives. In the same way that a tadpole turns into a frog. That's a pretty dramatic change. A lot of these dinosaurs almost seem to shapeshift throughout their lives. Like with the Triceratops that you saw in that little animation clip. The horns are growing and they're changing direction and orientation. The frill is growing. Those epiparietals and episquamosals, the little spiky bones on the perimeter of the frill, those are developing, and then they flatten out and fuse onto the frill later in ontogeny as the animal matures. You have so many changes that these animals undergo during their lifetimes. And it's super important to understand those changes so that we can understand the biology of these animals and understand their diversity. Do you actually have 20 different species of Triceratops? Or do they just change that dramatically as they grow and develop? You know? Or they look like different species at different growth stages? These are like fundamental questions that we need to ask and answer in dinosaur paleontology. And that's the sort of thing that gets me excited, you know? Chef Nagin had a question. Are there any dinosaurs that would be good pet dinosaurs? There are a lot of people who have dinosaurs today as pets. Not even joking. A lot of people have got pet birds, and birds are a kind of feathered theropod dinosaur. But that's not what you meant. Usually when somebody asks me which dinosaur would make the best pet, my standard answer is this little guy, Culindrodromeus, which is a little beaky plant-eating dinosaur from the Jurassic of Russia. And I say that this one would make a good pet because it's not very big. You can see size representation right here. So it's not gonna, you know, knock over your house by swinging its tail accidentally. It's a small critter. It's about the size of a medium-sized dog. No huge teeth, no enormous eviscerating claws. It's just a little beaky plant eater, but also it's fluffy. We've got fossil feathers on these guys. Show they would have been fuzzy, maybe kind of huggable. So that's my standard answer, Culindrodromeus. Little feathered herbivorous dinosaur, little plant eater. Wouldn't have to worry about it eating your other pets either. But yeah, Culindrodromeus. I think that's as good an answer as any, right? Yeah. But yeah, and Yogurt Garrel, how are you doing? Hello, hello. But yeah, you're welcome, Chef Nagin. Thanks for asking a good question. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss any other urgent questions here. And Casey Snort likes Jacopele. Jacopele is a weird dinosaur. We don't even know what this critter is yet. This was just described, was it last year? This critter, Jacapil. Is it an armored dinosaur? A thyreophoran? Is it a weird ceratopsian horned dinosaur? What is this critter? We don't really know yet. Because we don't have that much of it. Much of the skeleton is still unknown. We don't have the top of the skull. It's really weird. It's from South America, from the Cretaceous. It seems to have incredibly short arms. It seems to have armor scutes on it. It's weird. And, yeah, there's a lovely animation. Here we go. This is still speculative. We don't know what the entire body looked like. But it's so mysterious we don't even know what major group of dinosaurs it belongs to. It's one of the most mysterious dinosaurs at this point. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're really weird. Yeah. Kind of looks like a baby dragon from Game of Thrones. Is that right? Yeah. Big mystery. What is Jacapil? Yeah. And who is the artist that made this? PaleoGDY is the name. I'll give you a link. But they do a lot of CG for South American research teams. Like this right here. Maraxes gigas. Big Argentine Carcharodontosaur. Anyway, good stuff. Anyhow. Yeah. And Jacapil sounds like he should wear a beret and a scarf. It sounds French, really? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. And Chef Nagin says, so were fire-breathing dragons real? No. Mythical. I don't know. I think there were a lot cooler animals that lived long ago. But fire-breathing dragons, not real. Sorry. The more you learn about the ancient past, the more you learn about different groups of extinct critters. What is this? Ko-Fi donation. Thank you, Catatoon. I think the less need you'll feel for mythical critters like fire-breathing dragons, you know? It's cool that they're in mythology, but there's so many way cooler animals that actually lived in Earth's past. Catatoon, thank you. Yet another small coin for the Dino Bank, Paleontologist Piggy Bank. I hope it inspires others to donate as well. Thanks for the work. Thank you, Catatoon. I appreciate that Ko-Fi donation. That's lovely. Very thoughtful of you. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Urgle Wurgle says, thanks for all the info. You bet. Did I miss a question of yours earlier? I'm trying to find that. Trying to keep up with chat here. And the coolest past animal ever, in my opinion? Oh boy, Chef Nagin, that's tricky. Let's see, out of all of the dinosaurs, because of course I'm going to pick a dinosaur. Truly, the king of the dinosaurs. To whom all other dinosaurs must bow, would of course have to be... Dryosaurus. Of if I gotta pick one, it might as well be Dryosaurus, I guess. I don't know. Look at how dinosaur-y it is. Look how many legs. 2 legs. Can you believe that? It's the same number I have. It's got a tail. It's got a little beak. You know? Yeah. Dryosaurus. Gotta love Dryosaurus. Everybody loves Dryosaurus. Yeah. Dryosaurus. Here we go. There's no dinosaur more interesting than Dryosaurus. See, Stegosaurus just looks plain and boring compared to the wonder that is Dryosaurus, you know? Yeah. They could chew their food? They can get out of the way when somebody almost steps on them, you know? Yeah. And, Gazaway, this is When Dinosaurs Roamed America. Came out in 2001. I'll give you a link right here. And, friend of the channel, Jim Kirkland, is, one of the talking heads in this. Check it out.
Suggest they all died pretty close to the same time. Well, what brought all these animals here? Most bone beds, river, flop. Animals would come to this place during the dry, but on one animal
anyway,
died. We're looking
there's
at
Jim.
The deaths of the predators, the prey, young and old animals alike. Truly an extraordinary dinosaur deposit.
Yeah, so Jim, of course, was working with us this summer, and do we have him in the background of this stream here? This might be when he went back to Salt Lake for a while, but here, let's find a Jim clip. Come on, YouTube. Freezing on me. There's Jim.
Brachiosaurs, maybe some titanosaurs too. We're probably feeding at height, I would imagine.
Yeah, I bet titanosaurs are feeding variable heights. You know, they got pencil-like teeth.
Yeah.
I think all of them go down along their cheeks quite a bit. But Diplodocines just end up
right at
losing
the
on the
front,
side. They're all at the front.
Do you think Camarasaurus was feeding at height, conifers and stuff? They got those big, chunky, spoon-like teeth.
As do Brachiosaurs and Torosaurs.
Anyway, yeah. But good stuff. Lonely Bagel says, hello, it was good meeting you at TwitchCon. It was cool meeting you at TwitchCon too, Lonely Bagel. How are you? Welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions. I think there was another one up above that I missed. Let me try and get to that. From Big Frankie. Sorry I missed you. To be honest, the real critters are way crazier than fiction. Earth was an alien planet back then. That's a nice way to think about it. Yeah. I agree with you, Frankie. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And Airboss.
Dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
CMC Airboss, thank you so much for the 45 months. That is almost a whole year right there, isn't it? Thank you, Airboss. Appreciate you. How are things? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 45 months. Holy cow, it's a long time. But yeah. And Omniphytus says, streaming on a dig. Yeah, that's what I do during the summers. That's how we do our science outreach, you know? That's actually how we fund our digs in Wyoming, to a certain extent. A big part of our funding came direct from this community, which is awesome. But yeah, my wife has done digs, no streaming. there's different rules at different places and in different disciplines. In archaeology, it might be more complicated, if that's what you're talking about. Anytime you're dealing with human artifacts or human remains, heaven forbid, there's probably more rules around that. But our critters here have, you know, been gone for tens of millions of years. But 140 million years in this case. And so, nobody will get upset. See their ancestors being dug up, you know, live on stream. Yeah. And Florian says the insects also grew huge back then, right? Not during the age of dinosaurs, but earlier than that, yes. Yeah. So during the Carboniferous period, or as we say here in the U.S., the Mississippian and Pennsylvanian periods, we subdivide them here in the U.S., you had some really, really big arthropods. Those are to scale. So huge dragonfly relatives, huge scorpions, huge millipede relatives, like Arthropleura right there. Yeah, that's life size right there. Cool critters. But this is before the age of the dinosaurs. There's an idea that that they got so big because there was so much more oxygen in the atmosphere back then. Before the dinosaurs, obviously. And that's probably part of it, but part of it also is just that they didn't have a lot of competition from animals with bones. And so the biggest animals back then didn't have bones. They were invertebrates. And then when animals with bones develop, when tetrapods come up onto land, suddenly there's competition and these guys can't get as big. I think those are the two competing hypotheses right now. I don't directly study this kind of thing. I work on dinosaurs, so I don't really have a horse in that fight. But I would be interested to talk to some colleagues about that at the big meeting in Minneapolis at the end of October. Yeah. And there you go, Cast the Dreamer. Cast says there's also less competition for large animals back then. Yeah. And that would give me an instant heart attack, says Chef Nagin. You know, it is what it is. These critters were, yeah, they were just doing their thing back then, you know? See if we can find a quick video with Arthropleura. Here we go, from Life in Our Planet. Take a gander at this.
Some grew to be giants.
Oh boy, and this is narrated by, Morgan Freeman from the famous Half-Life video games. Here we go. There he is right there. Yeah. There's another picture. I'm sure some of you have played these games. Yeah.
Arthropleura, the largest millipede to ever walk the earth.
Regardless of your feelings about arthropods, I think it is kind of beautiful in a way.
At over 2.5 meters long and a half meter wide, he has no natural enemies.
It's a critter the size of like a Chevy Spark, you know?
So
it's
can
big.
Focus all his energy on finding a mate. But for Arthropleura, the pursuit of the perfect partner is not straightforward.
Oh.
For he's virtually blind. And his world extends only as far as he can sense.
You gotta believe when a spirit bug steps on you. There you go, Tropical Tank TV, yeah. Oh, I thought we were gonna continue with that, but interesting stuff. check out Life on Our Planet if you haven't seen it, actually. I highly recommend it. If you have Netflix.
A real mean kid.
It's good stuff.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And Touch of Evil Doctor. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. If you'd like a touch of fossil science, this is the place for you. Thanks for following. Glad you could be here. Here, take a look at this. Teaser trailer from Life on Our Planet. It's worth watching if you get the chance.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Florine, thank you. Appreciate the compliment and the follow. Welcome, welcome. So there's parts of this that are goofy. Some of the critters are a little bit anthropomorphized. Some of the science is slightly out of date, but I love it just because it tells this story of the history of life on Earth, and it tells it in a dramatic, engaging, entertaining way to a general audience. This is going to reach audiences that Prehistoric Planet won't, you know? There's our Arthropleura again. When we're talking about the evolution of life on Earth, this grand pageant
is the story of life on our planet.
Yeah, Life on Our Planet does a very good job of, just putting it right there in front of you. It's good stuff. It's not perfect, but I like it, and I'd recommend it to anybody watching. And Geo Jim, well. Thank you for the raid.
GeoGene 2006 and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Geo Jim. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. If you'd like to follow a real-life geologist here on Twitch, Geo Jim has got a stream for you. What'd you get up to today? Tell me about it. We're just kind of settling in here after our IRL streams this month.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think
And
of as
Rosand.
inhabiting another planet.
Thank you for the 30
Or the
months.
kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Appreciate that. Keeping me online for the past 30 months. Thank you, Rosand. We're kind of jumping around all over the place today, talking about different critters, different topics in fossil science, and all that stuff. So yeah. And triple shout out. Yeah, Geo Jim deserves it. Good stuff. Yeah. And Florine says, "You're awesome. I, to this day, one of my favorite documentary series is Walking with Dinosaurs. The Giants of the Sky episode. Oh yeah, Ornithochirus. The music from that. Ben Bartlett's score from Walking with Dinosaurs, particularly that episode. Giant of the Skies. Absolutely stirring music. Between you and me, I burned a CD with that track, and I play that every summer as I get in the car and I drive out to the field. Drive out to our sites where we're digging. It's just wonderful travel music. Just soaring music. It's brilliant. It's so good. Yeah. But yeah. There you go, Crimson Carnivores. Yeah, don't give it away. Spoilers. Yeah. Yeah, Casey Summer. My car has a CD player in it, you know? So I just have like a little bundle of CDs in there. They're always in there. Don't have to worry about plugging in a phone or anything to play music. Just pop in a disc. Good to go. Oh, yeah. Anywho, let's take a look at this little clip right here from Life on Our Planet with this little croc. Oh no, sorry, this is Prehistoric Planet. Majungasaurus. I'm showing you this right now because I'm in the process of printing this guy.
This particular female is blind in one eye, so she finds it hard to make a kill. And she's now very hungry.
She's gonna go after these little crocs. Those are Simusuchus, little herbivorous crocodile relatives.
Really spectacular. Spared no
And
expense.
Catatoon, thank you for gifting Florine.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Florine_88.
Appreciate that, Catatoon. Thank you, thank you.
What are dinosaurs?
Jurassic Gaming, thank you for the follow. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I'm showing you this clip here with Majungasaurus.
Of escape routes that lead them to their underground burrows. Once inside, they block the entrance with their heavily armored backs.
Uh-oh. It's like a game of musical chairs.
Male is unlucky.
Here goes Majungasaurus.
But he's not helpless. Reverse charges, tailed swipes, and aggressive kicks. The hunter's snout is too broad to reach very far inside.
Very broad snout, as we'll see in a minute.
But just to be on the safe side, the Simusuchus digs even deeper.
Majungasaurus. Big predatory dinosaur from Madagascar. And, yeah, that skull right there is something that I am currently working on. And, oh boy. We've got some new pieces just done on the 3D printer. Here, I'm gonna go start a new file over there. Hang on, and then I'll show you what I've got. Let me grab this off the printer and, we'll start another one.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
Here's somebody following right there. Loonicorn, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I've got some jaw pieces of our Majungasaurus. We're working on printing a life-size Majungasaurus skull. I've already got the lower jaws right here. Dentaries, and then working on some of the bones on the back of the lower jaw too. Right here. The lower jaws are complete. Now we're just working on the skull. But I'm pretty excited about that. 1-to-1 size, exactly, TMK. So I've got to print it in a bunch of different pieces because my printer is not big enough to print a full-size Majungasaurus. Here we go. Here's the back of the skull with that horn right there. Just like you see right here. There's that horn. But it's going to be lovely when it's done. I'm really excited. I don't have a lot of Gondwanan dinosaurs in general. Dinosaurs from the southern hemisphere. So pretty excited to have a life-size Majungasaurus skull. It's going to be great. Yeah. It's not a huge animal, you know? Here's Brian Curtis, my colleagues, talking about this critter.
Hi, my name is Dr. Brian Curtis. I'm one of the paleontologists here at Fossil Crates. And I'm here to introduce this. Meet the Lord of Madagascar, Majungasaurus crenitissimus, circa 66 million years ago or so. This was the apex predator on that most crazy cool island. Today, you know Madagascar for all of its wild wildlife, like the amazing lemurs. Well, 70 million years ago, it had incredibly cool wildlife as well. And this was the top dinosaur.
It could still bite your head off? Absolutely, yeah. So, I mean, look at this compared to, like, a polar bear skull. Polar bear is the largest terrestrial carnivore that we have today, if you consider it terrestrial. Some people do consider it a marine mammal. They walk around on land. Polar bears have got a pretty big skull. It pales in comparison to a Majungasaurus. And Majungasaurus is not even a particularly big meat-eating dinosaur at all. There we go. Yeah. That's nothing compared to, like, Majungasaurus, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, neat stuff. Oh, and our 3D printer is humming to life. Let me illuminate things a little bit better over there. Give me a second here. There we go. That's better. Just starting off on the first layer there. I'm going to have to monitor this because the first layer is the most crucial one. This print is going to go for about 7 hours. And, actually, you know what? I'm going to stop this print before it's used too much filament, and we're going to start a much longer one instead, because I just got a new spool of filament today, and we've got like a 14-hour print to do. Let me start that one now. Be right back. Alright, now I gotta make sure that I've got the correct file. Should be the antorbital fenestra and bones surrounding that. Alright, should be in here. Jungosaurus print. Antorbital fenestra right side, 14 hours, 14 minutes. Yep, that's it. Good. Very good. But yeah. Anyway, Majungasaurus is a really neat critter. And, really excited to have that skull done so I can use it for teaching purposes here, you know? wait. It's gonna be good. So cross your fingers that our first layer is successful here, otherwise I'll have to start it over. And got that Abelosaurid boxy skull. Yes, indeed, Golganak. We'll be able to show that firsthand. And roughly the same size? Yeah. Omniphitis. I've done a tremendous amount of 3D printing here. This Utah Raptor skull, life size, is 3D printed. An Oviraptorosaurus skull, baby Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus. This is like 1/10 of the printing that I've done here, probably less. Got a juvenile Tyrannosaurus over here. There we go. AKA Nano Tyrannus, if you're a proponent of that idea. One of these Fridays that I take off from streaming, I'm gonna be just devoting like the whole day to working on some of these 3D prints, smoothing and gluing and painting them, because I'm running behind with a lot of these. So it'll be nice to be ahead of the game once more. Oh yeah, yeah, and that printer is a workhorse? Absolutely, Claire Burr. Holy cow. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Ooh, and I gotta go check on this. It looks like there's some curling going on. Hang on. Alright, we'll see if that helps. Anyway. Yeah. Are you opening a dinosaur museum soon? We'll see, TMK. We'll see. Yeah, and there's a coelacanth too. There's so many things here, Lenina. I still have to smooth and paint the Diplodocus skull. Any UK viewers in chat? Anybody who might be particularly enamored with a little dinosaur called Dippy? Not really a little dinosaur, but here is Dippy's skull. Yeah. Printed this live on stream a couple months ago. Back in August, I think it was. And here she is. Still got some work, some smoothing and painting to do. But very excited to have her up on display at some point. We change out the background here. This whole background pretty much every single day on stream. I always want things to be changing, evolving. Something new to look at every day. That's how paleontology is. Fossil science does not stand still. It's always changing. We're always making new advances through new fossil discoveries or new ways of studying those fossils. Paleontology is one of the most dynamic fields of science that currently exist. And I want this channel to reflect that as best I can. So, yeah. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, and the Fat Creator says, "Woo, UK? From the north of UK." Very nice. Yeah, and Dippy is awesome. She's one of those awesome, just like Catatoon. Thank you for that gift sub to Pumpkin the Cat. I appreciate that, Catatoon. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So, Dippy, the Diplodocus, She's originally from Wyoming in the U.S., but there were several plaster copies of her made and gifted to various heads of state throughout the world. Crowned heads of Europe. Anyway, the King of England got the first one. And they set the skeleton up at the Natural History Museum in London. And it has been just a dinosaurian celebrity in the UK ever since. Here, take a look.
My role at the Natural History Museum is that I'm head of conservation. And so I have a team and we look after the 80 million or so collection items that the museum owns. And we look after
Dippy in the background there.
And on exhibition. And for Dippy, I've been involved from the very beginning in terms of judging where Dippy would go, so which of the 8 venues, and then transporting Dippy and installing Dippy, and basically supervise the safe installation of Dippy at every venue, make sure that there's no issue.
So this is when she was on tour.
What we have to do is we transport a number of crates. We've got 13
I
crates.
thought this was going to talk a little bit more about her background. Let's try this. There she is. The most famous single dinosaur skeleton in the world. This is a dinosaur skeleton that introduced the world to the concept of dinosaurs. Outside of the US or the UK, for many, many people around the world, this is the very first dinosaur skeleton they ever saw. This is before mass media, before movies. The way to see a dinosaur was to go to a museum. And when your museum got a copy of Dippy, then your museum had a dinosaur for the first time, you know? So for millions of folks, this was the quintessential dinosaurs, the first one they ever saw. And what percentage complete is it? That's a great question, Florine. Because the Dippy skeleton is actually a composite. I think there's 4 different individual dinosaurs that contributed bones to the skeleton. There we go. Dippy, Diplodocus fossil. Here's the Wikipedia article. There you go. And yeah, a composite Diplodocus skeleton at Pittsburgh's Carnegie Museum of Natural History. Considered the most famous single dinosaur skeleton in the world due to numerous plaster casts donated by Andrew Carnegie to several major museums around the world at the beginning of the 20th century. Andrew Carnegie's idea for this was that by gifting plaster Diplodocus skeleton replicas to different heads of state throughout the world, that he would foster what he called dinosaur diplomacy. That this would foster friendships between different nations and help prevent wars. Didn't work out so well because World War I happened shortly thereafter, but it was a beautiful idea, you know? A little naive, but yeah. The actual skeleton itself, yeah, comprises 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different individual dinosaurs. The majority of the skeleton is Carnegie Museum number 84. There's a few supplemented missing bones from Carnegie Museum specimen 94. The tail is from Carnegie Museum 307. And skull elements from a couple different specimens went into the replica of the skull that you see on display. And then there's some foot and limb bones of a Camarasaurus in there too. Yeah. So when we say Dippy, we're really referring to the skeletal cast rather than to like an individual animal that once lived. There's pieces of other critters in there. And this was kind of common practice back in the day. Not so today. Nowadays, we've got lots of other methods for filling in the blanks for a dinosaur like this. Sculpting and 3D printing. You don't just take bones from the same kind of dinosaur and throw them in there like you would have back in the day, but this is how they did it back then. Yeah. But yeah. And very funny cartoons. Yeah. And Rattler says, did Carnegie forget a nation and cause World War I? No, it was, well, I don't know, really like imperialism and nationalism that caused World War I. But, yeah. The Dippy is a clone. Well, yeah, the one in London, the London cast, is a clone. All of these are. There's one in London, one in Berlin, Paris, Austria, Bologna, St. Petersburg, Buenos Aires, Madrid, Mexico City, Munich, and also Vernal, Utah, and Price, Utah as well. But yeah. Oh, and there you go, Rattler. Yeah, I wasn't saying that for your benefit. I'm sure there are other people in the chat who... Anyway. Well, welcome, Rattler. It's good to have you here. I like your name. Here, I got to visit with one of the casts of Dippy in Vernal, Utah a couple years back. Here we go.
For Mesozoic non-avian dinosaurs. Male and female dinosaurs seem to be identical to each other, unless you cut the bones open and look for, like, evidence.
Here we go.
He financed their work and financed...
I'm talking about Carnegie here.
...but in their museums.
Yeah.
They kind of showed the world what dinosaurs looked like. I'll tell you the story. So back in the late 1800s, there were American paleontologists striking out across the West, in kind of the Wild West days, looking for strange and interesting and impressive fossils to bring back to the East Coast to put in their museums. And at one point, there were some researchers who were out there looking for sauropod dinosaurs. And they actually got some funding from the, like, super wealthy industrialist Andrew Carnegie. He financed
Robber
their work,
Baron Andrew Carnegie.
Financed the discovery and excavation
Dinosaurs are kind of funny.
this.
I mean, you know.
You're kind of funny, Xeno AFK. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for following.
Dinosaur skeleton. This is back in a time when dinosaurs were still fairly new, and most people in the general public had never seen a dinosaur before. Now, some people here in the chat are going to be familiar with the Crystal Palace dinosaurs in England. How they were kind of like a way to introduce the general public to what scientists thought dinosaurs looked like at the time, way back in the 1850s. This is arguably far more important than the Crystal Palace dinosaurs, because that was a big deal in England and in Europe.
More influential, I should have
This
said.
dinosaur here,
more wide-reaching,
was named Diplodocus
geographically at least. And Rattler, holy cow, 6 months in advance at tier 1. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for that. Holy cow, Rattler. Do I appreciate you. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That's wonderful. Good to have you here. Rattler said, awesome, a stream with some actual culture. Oh. You caught your stream at TwitchCon and got curious. I'm glad you're here. Thank you very much for your generosity and your interest. I appreciate you. I'll do my best to live up to those expectations. Thank you. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff.
Diplodocus Carnegie.
Here, I've got another clip about Dippy here too. Let's see here.
See another day. Much of what we know about Diplodocus is a result of American philanthropy on the grand scale.
There's a wonderful book about this.
Not long after the bone wars were over, another American millionaire became fascinated by dinosaurs. Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune out of steel, read a story in the New York Journal of 1898.
Yeah.
The headline said, "Biggest dinosaur ever found." Andrew Carnegie wanted it. He wanted it for his museum in Pittsburgh. What Andrew Carnegie wanted, he usually got. He immediately dispatched a man with a check for $10,000 and the orders buy it.
In 1895, Carnegie had made his fortune in railroads and steel, and he decided to give Pittsburgh a palace of culture. And the palace had 4 columns. One was art, another was literature, another was music, and the 4th was science. 1898, science meant dinosaurs.
Yeah, there's that old phrase, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, practice, practice. How do you get to the Carnegie Museum of Natural History? Well, you be a big old sauropod dinosaur like that, I suppose. Yeah.
Carnegie's money bought him the best bone
Dino Swamp.
hunters
There you go,
of the day,
XVR, yeah.
But no amount of searching, it seemed, would unearth the skeleton he yearned for. 2 months later, his investment paid off. Carnegie's diggers struck lucky, very lucky.
What they found was this, a giant toe bone of a dinosaur
sticking out of the
rock. And they got very excited because when they started excavating the rock from around the toe bone, they found that the toe bones led to the ankle bones, and the ankle bones led to the shin bones of the dinosaur, and the shin bones led to the proverbial
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Alyssa Ishida, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
The dinosaur. It was the most perfect July 4th that any paleontologist has ever had, and Carnegie got exactly what he paid for, an 84-foot colossal dinosaur.
And there's her skull right there.
It was named Star Spangled Dinosaur because it was found on July 4th, Independence Day. The dinosaur Diplodocus became not only the toast of Pittsburgh and the toast of North America, but it became the toast of the world. Became so wildly popular. A tavern song was written in honor of Diplodocus.
Multiple tavern
songs.
songs.
Had one verse, at least one verse that has survived, that went something like, "The crowned heads of Europe all make."
This drawer contains
Jukebox Arcade.
All of the North
Thanks for the follow.
Identified.
I appreciate that.
A royal fuss
welcome.
over Uncle Andy and his old Diplodocus. Uncle Andy must have loved it. He paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of Diplodocus carnegii were made for and installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires. That really set the stage for the popularity of dinosaurs and of the great studies on dinosaurs. Here was tangible evidence to all the people of Europe of the terrific dinosaur finds that were occurring in North America.
It's a great, cause for national pride, I guess, to a certain extent. Which is kind of funny because, these animals existed, Diplodocus existed 150 million years before the founding of the United States. So why should we feel patriotic pride about it? But, if you'd like to read more about this, there's 2 excellent books I highly recommend. The first is called Bone Wars by Tom Rea. Super well written. The Excavation and Celebrity of Andrew Carnegie's Dinosaur. And then the second one is called American Dinosaur Abroad by Ilya Newland. This is more about the casts of Dippy that were sent to various museums around the world. And this is more about the initial discovery and Andrew Carnegie's role in that and all that kind of thing. And it deals a little bit with the casts, but not as much. And there's a new foreword in the 20th anniversary edition by Matt LaManna, who is curator of the Carnegie Museum. And I was working with him this past summer in the field in Wyoming. That's a lovely segue to here. Let me find a clip from that. Let's see. There he is there. This is a spur-of-the-moment thing that day. But this is a lot of fun. Streaming live, well, it was live at the time, via satellite from,
move the chairs a little closer.
From Wyoming. Here you go, DM Wing.
That's probably fine. Okay. Yeah, everybody, welcome back to Paleontologizing. And I'm here once again with dinosaur curator of Pittsburgh's Carnegie Museum, Matt LaManna.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Matt, for taking some time out to talk with everybody.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So, yeah, should be fun, just kind of a chill, short little interview.
Yeah, sure.
And so anybody, if you've got any questions
That was such a good sport. Really appreciate him.
Pertaining to dinosaurs, pertaining to...
And he's a bigwig in dinosaur paleontology. You know, earlier, Andrew Fark, you remember in that clip, he was saying that, what was it? That you stand a greater likelihood of becoming an NFL quarterback than you do, like, a professional dinosaur paleontologist, like one of these dinosaur curator jobs. There are more NFL quarterback positions that open up every year than dinosaur curators. So Matt LaManna is one of them, and he's one of the better-known dinosaur curators.
I would say, like, in particular, my knowledge base is mostly southern hemisphere dinosaurs and sort of...
like our Majungasaurus.
You know, dinosaur museums, I guess. So
nice. Yeah, and again, just for context for anybody who maybe wasn't able to catch any of our earlier streams, Matt LaManna has done a ton of field work all over the world, digging up different dinosaurs in all kinds of cool exotic places. Exotic sounds like almost condescending or something like that. But...
I think some are pretty exotic, so yeah.
Yeah. And shoot, I've told you this already, but when I was a kid, there is this TV show that my dad taped for me called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt.
Yep.
I think I was about 10 years old, and I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. This group of paleontologists go out to Egypt to try and sort of rediscover some of these mysterious Egyptian dinosaurs, many of which, I think pretty much all of which at that point, had been destroyed in World War II.
100%.
And Matt LaManna...
Yeah, Matt LaManna was part of it. Let me show you a clip of that real quick. The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. Let's see. There we go. Good stuff. Spinosaurus, yeah, Dimwing, yep.
100 million years before the birth of the first pharaoh, the deserts of Egypt
Whose
were
voice is that?
Edens, teeming with life. At the top of this food chain, dinosaurs ruled.
Thank you, Claiborne. I appreciate that.
Nearly 100 years ago, a German aristocrat named Ernst Stromer ventured deep into this wasteland, searching for clues to its prehistoric past. The strange
Spinosaurus there,
he discovered would astonish the scientific community, only to be blasted into dust by man-made fire from the skies.
Destroyed in a Royal Air Force bombing raid.
A hidden world lay buried under these shifting sands. Until a team of young scientists set out to resume Stromer's quest.
Yep.
Their mission?
There's Matt LaManna right there. He was, what, like 22, something like that?
To unearth the remains of the lost dinosaurs of Egypt. Their discovery? Something so unexpected. It would supply one vital missing piece to the puzzle of a forgotten world.
Anyway, good stuff. Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. This captured my imagination as a 10-year-old kid. This was amazing. And so I dreamed of one day doing stuff like this, and yeah.
I was on that crew, and so I watched that tape so many times I practically wore it out. And now, you know, get to have Matt out here in the field with us, and Now you're on my show, which is
and you're
crazy.
And you've been a lifesaver to me and my people as well from Pittsburgh.
Shoot,
so,
I appreciate that. No,
this dude is one of the best field people I've ever worked with. No joke. Yep. And
wow.
he's not paying me to say that. And this is only my second beer, so.
No, I'm beyond flattered.
Danny is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and I'm so grateful when I hear stories like what you talked about that show being meaningful to you. I mean, it was certainly a really meaningful experience in my life, and we were hoping it would have an impact on people, and happily I think it has. So
definitely, yeah. I'm sure you inspired a lot of people to get into paleontology.
It was, I will say, it was about.
He is such a cool guy. Absolutely, Cody.
15 years ago or
Love
so.
Matt.
The
He's
first
awesome.
People came up to me and said,
really?
"Hey, I saw that show, and it really kind of got me more interested in Spinosaurus or becoming a paleontologist and stuff." And that was definitely a very pleasant surprise, I guess, when that all started happening.
Do I know if Matt Lamano will be able to make it to SVP this year? I'm not sure. I should text him and ask. I'm guessing he will be going. For a lot of paleontologists, they've had to make a choice between GSA and SVP this year, the Geological Society of America meeting, which is a much, much larger meeting for earth scientists in general, or the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting for vertebrate paleontologists. I'm guessing Matt's going to be at SVP. I really hope he is. It'd be cool to catch up with him.
It's I was one of those kids that loved dinosaurs ever since I was a little tiny kid, and I was inspired by shows that featured people like Phil Curry and.
I'm going to check on the 3D printer real quick. Hang on.
And, it's trippy to know that the show that we had, the Egypt show that we had, has inspired people the way that those shows inspired me. And to the point of doing fieldwork together, I got to do fieldwork with Phil Curry in 2014, and I kept it together the whole time. But I mean, I basically was doing fieldwork with my idol, and it was cool.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah. That's pretty awesome. We just got a raid from PaleoStream, by the way. That's nice. Joshua Knupe.
Oh, sure.
Just finished his stream.
Oh, excellent. Yep.
And he says, hello there. Joshua, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to see you. And
phenomenal.
Shout out to PaleoStream.
As I said a couple days ago on the stream, my favorite illustration of our Egyptian dinosaur Paleontologizing ever.
That is really high praise. Holy cow.
Yeah. No,
let me see if I can find that real quick. Paleontologizing. Is this it here? I bet you that's it right there. I love the turtle falling off. There's another turtle trying to cling on right there. I bet you that's it. Or maybe this is it. That might be a whole Bahari Oasis illustration there. Let's see. That could be it there. I don't know. But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, yeah, Matt is awesome, and I'm really hoping he's going to SVP this year. Be good to catch up with him. Yeah. And somebody was asking what I'm working on right now with the 3D printer. Printing a life-size Majungasaurus skull. We've just started a brand new file for this with the antorbital fenestra, so the big hole in front of the eye on the, I think on the right side. This is going to take 14 hours to print after this point. We've been going for about 15 minutes, so yeah. About 14 hours left on this file. We've already got other parts of it completed, like the lower jaws. There we go. So, might even have this done by the end of the week. We can assemble it on Thursday. We'll see. I say Thursday because I want to reiterate this. We're switching to a new schedule where I'm going to be taking Fridays off from streaming. Friday is usually our least attended day, least viewed day anyway. But to make up for that time... Oh, on Fridays I'm going to be working on science, working on new illustrations, working on career stuff. I haven't had enough time to do that. Been so busy streaming 5 days a week. We're going to cut it down to 4 days a week, but each of those 4 days we're going to start an hour early. So it'll be the same number of streamed hours every week, just with more breathing room for me to actually get science done and publish papers and all that good stuff, you know? I'll be less burnt out that way. It's going to be good for me. I hope it's going to be good for everybody. And it should be especially good for viewers in time zones on the East Coast or in Europe. Yeah. I know streaming from here in the San Francisco Bay Area, this time zone is not always conducive to other people being able to watch in more advanced time zones. You know? The East Coast of the US is 3 hours ahead from us here in San Francisco. The UK is what, 8 hours ahead? Greenwich Mean Time? Let alone Germany or Croatia or, I don't know, further east, Japan. Forget it. So yeah, I think it'll be good. Switching to a new schedule like this. We're gonna try it out the next couple months. I think it's gonna be good. Yeah. But Fridays are date night now. There you go, Ungoy. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to change that Nightbot command. In fact, let me do that right now. Let's do that on the fly here. Schedule. Change that up right here. Now streaming Monday. There we go. Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah. And why is it Nightbot and not Dinobot? Because I'm not that good at programming yet. But we could make that happen at some point. Dinobot, Paleobot. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And Ungoy, please. Anywho, and it's 1:26 a.m. here in Germany right now, says Catatoon. Holy cow. Yeah, I'm hoping by starting an hour earlier, make things just a little bit more manageable. Just make it a little bit easier to be able to catch the streams. Somebody's asking what's on the 3D printer right now. We're printing a life-size Majungasaurus skull. So, Matt LaManna works on these dinosaurs, on Abelisaurs, these critters. They are very cool. So this is Madagascar's famous big meat-eating dinosaur, Majungasaurus. We're printing a life-size skull. Excited about that. Yeah. Fossilbot. Yeah, I like that Starlink fan. I like Fossilbot. Got bits of 3D printed detritus in the keyboard here. I'm gonna make sure I... There we go. Let's take a look at our schedule. Yeah, so I put these on here. Stream starting early at 1 p.m. We're going to be starting our big viewer survey next week, collecting demographic data and trying to have enough information that I can make some educated inferences and be able to talk more in detail about the kind of audience that we're reaching here. on Twitch for when I present at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the end of the month. And that'll be from Monday the 28th through the end of the month. I'm going to be attending SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, talking with colleagues, seeing their new research, presenting some of my own research. I've got 2 first author presentations that I'm going to be given there. And it's going to be so nice just to catch up with friends and colleagues and see people after a long time. Really looking forward to that. I always get really energized after big social things like this. Coming back from SVP is always it's always a real kick in the butt to getting more work done, publishing more papers, collaborating with other paleontologists more, that kind of thing. So I'm really looking forward to that. We don't have a whole lot going on schedule-wise here. It'll be kind of loosey-goosey up until the 17th, where we'll be celebrating International Sawfish Day again. Sawfish are these remarkable chondrichthyan fishes. They are super special and super interesting and very much in danger of extinction. There's only a few species of these guys left, and they are very much in need of our help. So we'll be devoting an entire stream to talking about them. Maybe we'll even try and raise some funds for sawfish conservation. But they are pretty awesome. And we've got our big 3D printed sawfish rostrum over here too. There we go. Check that out. Truly impressive. This is life-size for a large-toothed sawfish. Anyway, we'll be talking all about these critters on International Sawfish Day, which is October 17th. I might even, well, no promises, but it'd be great to be able to get a sawfish researcher in for an interview. We'll have to see about that. Then on the 21st, which is a Monday, we'll be talking about the famous Charles R. Knight. Perhaps the most famous paleo artist who ever lived, and one of the most influential for certain. Charles R. Knight changed the way people looked at dinosaurs. He was the initial inspiration. Well, I don't know. His work was a lot of people's introduction to dinosaurs. This famous tableau with the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops here. He created this. It was copied a million zillion times. Old Charles Knight really did it first. And Catatoon says, are sawfish rays or sharks? Sawfish are more closely related to rays. I'll show you. And we'll get back to Charles Knight. Go our Tree of Life again. And you 100% remember this? Yeah, Alyssa. Oh yeah, super famous image that. The T-Rex and Triceratops. Sawfish. Pristidae. So sawfish are more closely related to rays than they are to sharks. There we go. Sawfish right there. There's 7 living species. Or thereabouts at least. Yeah, they're most closely related to guitarfish, I suppose, which are related to rays. So I think, strictly speaking, sawfish are a kind of ray. They're part of Batoidea. But yeah. Anywho, you will be learning so much about sawfish later this month. I'm really excited about it. Anyway, Charles Knight. One of the most influential paleo artists who's ever lived. His illustrations have been copied so many times. They've had an outsized influence, I'll put it that way. He really made extinct creatures come to life. a lot of ways. And the artist who saw through time. Do I have this book, or do I need to get that? Oh boy, $110. Yowza. I don't think I have that one. Nor will I be getting it if it's that expensive. Yowza. Yeah. But yeah, and there's some really awesome charm to these older, absolutely Casey Snow art. Charles R. Knight's work is... It really is amazing. We'll be talking all about why. How he was able to see through time. We'll be talking about that on that special stream. That'll be Monday the 21st of October. And then, on the 23rd, we have Earth's birthday. According to Bishop Usher. You know, this old idea that the Earth is only 6,000 years old? Well, there is a bishop, a member of the clergy, who actually came up with that figure. He's like, oh yeah, Earth was created on October 23rd at 9 a.m. in the morning. 4004 BC. We'll be talking about how he came to that conclusion. And we'll be talking about how we actually know how old the Earth is. So it's going to be an Age of the Earth stream. It should be a lot of fun. But maybe we'll even get a cake and have a, you know, like a little birthday celebration for our Earth. And hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? And what time zone? Yeah, good question, DMW. Hello, hello, sweetie. Thanks for joining us. Let's get our cat cam fired up here. That day, of course, was a Tuesday. I think it was, Catatune. We'll have to look it up, but... Anyway. And I know, right, Casey Snowart? It's a goofy idea. But a lot of people believed that for a long time. There are some people that still believe that. So, when we're talking about the history of the study of Earth, Earth's past, prehistory, it's important to, you know, to touch on these subjects. You're joking about the Tuesday? Well, we'll see what he said. Here, hang on. James Usher. There we go. Oh, around 6 p.m., sorry, on October 22nd, 4004 BC. What day of the week would that have been? Was the 22nd of October, 4004 BC. It was a Friday, apparently. Although this says Saturday. Nope, he said Saturday, I guess. See, never trust the Google AI instant answer thing. It's usually wrong. Anyway. Sweetie Pie. What are you doing? Yeah. And yeah, I know, right, Casey? AI is just ruining the internet. It's ridiculous. But yeah. Aw, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? You having a good day? You having a good day? I hope so. What time zone is this start? That's a good question, Rosand. It's got to be Pacific time, right? Bay Area is the center of the universe, isn't it? And Diatom's Attack, how are you doing? I'm glad we got to raid you yesterday. I hope you're having a good one, Diatom's Attack. It's good to see you. Yeah. How did your stream go? I wasn't able to really tune in after I raided. I had to go to the bathroom and get in the car real fast, so I missed traffic, leaving the Golden Gate Bridge. But I hope it was an excellent stream. And Pack says she dumped you guys when you tried to raid. Uh-oh, shoot. Is that what happened? Oh, I had no idea. I raided right when she raided. Oh. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Don't want to make Pacific Plankton flustered. Yeah, oh well. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, would you like some more treats? I know you got those leftover treats from Mini Pie, but let's get you some fresh ones, shall we? Here. Oh, does that smell good? Come here. Look at all those. That's so many. Wow. You've been deprived recently. I was away at TwitchCon, traveling and doing IRL streams. So we gotta make up for that. Yeah, get some of those dental treats. That's a very large cat. Omniphytus, you have no idea. She's huge. She's about 14 meters long. Here, let me see if I can find something for scale. Here, hang on a second. Here's a commuter train for scale. Look at that, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, rapid transit. Yeah. Bay Area rapid transit. That's more than 14 meters. She's growing exponentially, Pumpkin the cat. Sweetie Pie, you're eating too many treats. What have I done? What have I done? You're huge. You're blocking the whole camera. This has never happened before. And Catatoon, thank you. Another Ko-Fi donation? Holy cow. What is this? Cat Cam reward. Thank you, Catatoon. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You are far too generous. I appreciate you. Whoop. Oh, you still got more. Look, you've got so many more. Oh. Okay, I guess she doesn't want to get too big. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, thanks for stopping by. It's been good to see you. Anyhow. Good stuff. Let me look real quick. Thrift books. Charles R. Knight. The Man Who Saw Through Time. Where is that book? Not finding it. The Artist Who Saw Through Time, rather. Abe Books, eBay. Oh boy, $115. Oh, we've got a lovely article for free right here. That might suit our purposes just fine. Yeah. Let me bookmark this for our Charles R. Knight stream. Lovely. Cool. That's good to have. Anyway, that's what we're doing in October. Oh, and Casey Snowart's got a randomish question. Let's hear it. Danny, if you have time to explain the difference between identifying dinosaur colors with structural color versus fossilized melanosomes, I'd be very interested. Not worried if not though. Come up a few times in my chat and I don't know how best to answer. As I understand it, structural color is different from pigmentation. When we're talking about melanosomes, we're talking about color cells with different pigments. Whereas structural color is... it has more to do with how the light reflects and, like... You know, I don't have the firmest understanding of this myself. Let's see if we can learn together. Structural color versus pigment. Got a PhD to explain this here. There we go. From Kate Feller.
There are two ways that colors are made, whether by humans or by nature. The first way is to use pigments or little molecules, like in this dye in this hacky sack here, that make the blue and the green of these threads. If I were to grind up any of this material, I would get a blue or a green or a purple powder.
Okay.
The other way that you can make colors is by using the optical properties of light as it interacts with the material. In this opal, for instance, the blue or the green colors are produced by light interacting with the micro nanostructures that are found within the opal. If I were to grind it up, I would only get a white powder. There would be no blue or green coloration.
So it's the arrangement of the particles that actually creates the coloration.
In nature, in birds and butterflies. Birds with blue wings or shiny blue morpho butterflies also have structural colors that underlie them because it's all about the physics.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So when we're talking about coloration that we can derive from fossils, we're talking about pigments. The melanosomes, these, there. The color cells have got different shapes, basically. Trying to find you that clip. Here we go.
Colors. Now I know what you're wondering. What in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs? Well, you know what else has melanosomes? Feathers. Experts can look at the feather of a living bird, like a cardinal or a crow, and see what kind of melanosomes make that feather's color. For example, long, skinny melanosomes make black and gray, like the black you find around a cardinal's eyes. But if melanosomes are short and round, they make reddish colors, like what you would see on red-tailed hawks. This information can be used as a template for studying ancient animals. So living dinosaurs are basically the color key to extinct dinosaurs.
Does that make sense? So when you're talking about the pigments contained within these color cells, these different melanosomes, the melanosomes have got different shapes, and it's the shape that allows you to tell what kind of pigments they would have in it. That's completely different from structural color, which might be kind of impossible to discern through fossils. Does that make sense, Casey? I hope it does. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So can we identify both in fossils? I think you can only find... I think it's just melanosomes. I think if you're trying to find structural color in fossils, unless the exact arrangement is still there, unaltered, then you're not going to... I think structural color is much more delicate, I guess is what I'm saying. Less likely to be preserved. Yeah. But yeah. And I thought some structural color had been identified in some small theropods. I think we've got a vague idea that some of them would have had iridescence, but figuring out what colors they had is something different. I think it's critters like Kaihong that are thought to have been iridescent. Yeah, this little guy. Go. Name means rainbow in Chinese. Skeleton, feathering, and coloration. The fossil is surrounded by wide zones of feathers, only the snout and claws being uncovered. These feathers are not impressions, but remains of the original plumage. The splitting of the slab and counterslab revealed a complex layering of the plumage. The density of visible shafts and barbs is so extreme that it is difficult to identify individual feathers. The way that they are preserved may not represent the original condition and position. Fossil feathers of Kaihong possess nanostructures, which were analyzed and interpreted as melanosomes, showing similarity to the organelles that produce a black iridescent color in extant birds.
If it disagrees with experiment,
Oh, well.
it's wrong.
I'll give you a link.
And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is.
That name being Eat It Dads in this case.
It's wrong. That's all there is to it.
Welcome, Eat It Dads.
Their 22 raiders are both beautiful and smart, and their raid agrees with experiment.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, Eat It Dads and Raiders. It is wonderful to have you here, holy cow. And thank you, Unique Nails by Bree, for the follow. Eat It Dads, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here doing fossil science. Trying to walk people through how we as paleontologists work. How do we learn about the ancient past? How can we know anything at all about creatures that died out tens of millions of years ago? Hundreds of millions of years ago? No, we do it through the study of fossils. So, if you've got any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask. But first, I've got a question. Eat It Dads, how was your stream? Hope it was really good. Thanks for bringing your viewers here. We dig it up, of course. There you go, Unique Nails. Yes. You are correct, Bree. I find I have got to go visit the little paleontologist room, attend to some business, so I'm going to call forth a good friend of ours to talk to us for a minute. Somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. And if anybody is here for the very first time, hey, well, hang on, goodness. It's very eager. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So, we'll bring him on right now. But, thank you, Eat It Dads, for your raid. I really appreciate it, and I hope the stream was really good. Okay. Now's your chance to shine, Previously Recorded Danny. Go ahead and show these new folks around, huh?
Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his beard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded
Danny. In the serious
Danny.
game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And Softy NB, thank you for the follow. Thank you to Eat It Dads for that raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, everybody. And, yeah, we were just kind of going through our schedule for the next couple months. We just got through October. We're going to look at November next. But if you've got any questions at all about natural history, about extinction, evolution, the philosophy of science, or especially about dinosaurs in particular, because that's my area of research and fieldwork and everything else, don't hesitate with those questions. Sound good? Anyway, Sweetie Pie, what are you looking at me for? You want to come up here? Look. You do have more treats up here if you want some. Hey. Oh. There we go. They're right up there. You know where they are. You know where they are. There we go. How you doing, sweetie pie? Yeah, she's investigating stream background today. It's like, oh, is that an Oviraptorosaur skull? It is indeed, sweetie pie. Keen eyes. Good identification there. Yeah. How you doing? You a little bored right now? Oh. Oh, I'm glad you're here. So, if any of you are here for the first time, meeting Sweetie Pie for the first time, this is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords here. Oh. Oh, sweetie. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah. How are you? How are you? Hey, look, you got treats right here too. Right there. Ooh, good stuff. Eat those up, they're good for your teeth. I tried the face smushing thing. Oh, Lenita, that's awesome. Yeah. Sweetie Pie really loves to have her face smushed a little bit. She finds it very relaxing. Yeah, that's funny. Anywho, while Sweetie Pie devours her treats, let's get back to our schedule here and talk about that a bit. So, October, hope all that makes sense. November, I just started putting this together this morning as well. Taking Fridays off so I can work on science. But starting earlier on every other stream day, so we still maintain the same number of streaming hours, just in a different arrangement. Monday the 4th, I'll be getting back from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, so we'll do an SVP recap. I'm going to see if maybe I can shoot some short interview videos with some colleagues while we're at SVP. And, yeah, I'll be able to share some of those with you. Talk about the things that are okay to talk about. I know a lot of this stuff is still under wraps, unpublished research, but stuff that I get permission to talk about, I will share with you on Monday the 4th of November. Very excited about that. The 100th anniversary of Velociraptor's publication is on November 7th, 2024. 100 years of Velociraptor. So we'll be talking about that then. I am excited. I might be trying to put together some YouTube videos or something prior to that as well. Just because it is a special occasion. Everybody loves Velociraptor, and I haven't heard anybody talking about this upcoming anniversary, you know? So I think that'll be neat. Sweetie Pie, get your tail out of my drink, please. Don't do that. Don't do that. And if you can get those short interviews, they could make good TikTok and YouTube short videos. Exactly, Crimson Carnotaurus. We'll see. We'll see. And that's a stream date definitely for an appearance of Velia. Yeah, Catatoon. Yes, indeed. It would be cool to have Velia in some previously recorded Danny videos that I might be producing soon as well. Again, with Fridays opened up, suddenly it'd be so much more productive. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I'm sure we'll have some other stuff coming up. I hope to do some other interviews with other paleontologists, especially after SVP. But Sweetie Pie, you're blocking the camera. We'll be talking all about the dinosaurian origin of birds leading up to Thanksgiving this year. I think, actually, I will... Here, change change this so I can actually edit it. There we go. I think we'll be doing no stream on the 28th of November because that is Thanksgiving Day, presumably. Is the 28th this year? Or is it the 29th? It's always the last Thursday of November, or the 4th Thursday? So I'll probably be doing family stuff then, so we'll probably do no stream. But, leading up to that, we'll be talking all about the dinosaurian origin of birds. It is going to be good. It is going to be really good. In fact, do we have a special video about that? I think we might. Could it be right here?
And pop.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake, turkey and turkey.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Turkey.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that...
Turkey.
Well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
Hello, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're going to have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do, too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's going to have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. See, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving will never be the same.
You may think that this is a turkey. This is a dinosaur. Deinonychus has a eye just like that. A dinosaur hand. No other animal, extinct or living besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs. We actually classify them as dinosaurs. We now call them non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So the non-avian dinosaurs are the big clunky ones that went extinct. Avian dinosaurs are our modern birds. You can't argue with it because we're the classifiers and we classified it that way.
If a little kid today studies all this in school, and they look up in the sky and see a bird and turn to mom and say, you know, that's a dinosaur.
They're right.
They're right.
They're right.
Birds are dinosaurs.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That's kind of the theme of the month of November on this channel, is that birds are dinosaurs. And we'll be talking all about how we know this throughout the month of November leading up to Thanksgiving. So I'm excited about that. And the see, where was that turkey command there? Somebody pull that up? Isn't that every month, says Benzor? Well, it's an extra special time in November, you know? Because you've got people all over the United States dissecting a theropod dinosaur at their Thanksgiving table. It's a lovely opportunity for talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds. And that's precisely what we'll be doing. Here's an infographic that I put together a few years back. You're free to download this and print it and share it with your friends and family or strangers on the bus. But yeah, your turkey is a dinosaur. This infographic shows how. Yeah. And Casey Snowart says, I'm going to invite everyone to my annual dinosaur dissection this year. Spice things up. There you go, Casey. I love that. But yeah, and what about a turducken? That's 3 dinosaurs. Unique nails by Bree. A turkey, a duck, and a Hoatzin, right? That's what the in part is? Hoatzin? Hoatzin are these remarkable birds. Take a look at this.
Sometimes, in researching things that seem weird, we find out by accident that stuff that we thought was totally normal is actually also weird. So, in this episode, I'm going to introduce you to a bird that is, don't get me wrong, weird as heck. It's bad at doing regular bird stuff, like flying and having the kind of useless babies that many other birds do. And I knew a particularly odd fact about its babies starting out. Or so I thought. Turns out a lot of other birds that I thought I knew, like, for example, ducks, are hiding a bizarre secret.
Claws! They're hiding claws on their wings. Yeah.
Meet the Hoatzin, a South American bird that lives in the swamps and
They're
forest
so
forests
cool.
of the Amazon and Orinoco basins. As far as birds go, it's really doing its own thing. It's got wings, sure, but it's not very good at flying because its breastbone doesn't have a ton of space for the big flying muscles to attach. Instead, that space is taken up by what's basically the bird version of a cow's stomach. We'll get back to that. It also has Bear Grylls nestlings. Your average baby songbird is toast if it falls out of the nest, but the Hoatzin chick? When they get freaked out, they intentionally dive out of the nest, which, by the way, is almost always built over water. They swim to safety and then climb back into the nest.
Using
When the
claws
thing
on
is
their
gone,
wings.
I don't look
It's
at
so
this bird
cool.
and think, swimmer. And yes, I said they climb. But there are other birds that do that, right? Like woodpeckers hang out on vertical tree trunks to get around, no problem. They've got feet and toes that are specifically adapted for it. Hoatzin nestlings don't. Instead, they climb using the pair of claws they have on each wing.
Pretty
Wing
cool.
claws, 2 of them, on the tips of their 2 longest digits. They eventually lose these claws once they get to be between 70 and 100 days old. But here's another weird thing. I just got done telling you that Hoatzin nestlings are bizarre because they have wing claws. But it turns out that a lot
Cassowaries
of
do
other
too.
birds also have wing claws. Even birds that I tend to think of as pretty familiar, like geese and swans and chickens, have at least a single claw on each wing. And yes, they are nightmare fuel. Thanks for asking. I don't want an ostrich coming at me with one of those. So, okay, a whole bunch of supposedly regular birds are also very strange, and that's cool. But what does this all mean for the Hoatzin? Does it make it less bizarre? No, it does not. The Hoatzin has managed to do a thing that actually, for real this time, no other bird has evolved to do. It has become a foregut fermenting folivore. That means leaves make up the majority of its diet, and it has a highly specialized digestive system to deal with them. Here's the thing about leaves. They tend to be pretty low in nutritional value, so you've got to eat a lot of them to get the calories and nutrients you need, and they're bulky. They take up a lot of space. These are the opposite of the things that you want in your diet as a flying bird. Flying takes a lot of energy, and it's usually easier if you're also lightweight. The Watson has effectively traded off its ability to be a good flyer for the ability to be a good digester. Because in order to break down the cellulose in all those leaves, the Watson has to ferment them in its crop, which is basically an enlarged section of its esophagus that forms
Wild,
a
right?
pouch. This is called foregut fermentation because it's happening in the front half of the digestive tract. And it's the same thing ruminants like deer, cows, and goats do. And the crop of the Watson is much larger than in other birds and is full of all kinds of microbes that do the work of fermenting those leaves for it. The product of all that microbial fermentation is a delightful odor of manure. Yep.
Oh yeah, they smell.
The Watson is also called the stink bird for good reason because it smells like fresh cow poop. Awesome. Now, if you've made it this far and you're wondering how this very weird bird evolved, well, so am I. And so is everyone. The Watson is a bit of an evolutionary mystery. It's not just the only living species in its genus and family, it's the only living species in its entire order.
It's a
Picture
living
one
fossil in a
lonely
way,
bird
or
at the
a
tip
remnant
of a
at
single
least.
long branch of the whole bird family tree. Scientists don't even agree about what it's most closely related to. Some analyses have suggested fowl, like turkeys, quail, and chickens, are on the next branch over. But others have said it's related to cuckoos and turacos, and still others have suggested shorebirds. Or maybe it's the bird that's most closely related to the group that includes all other land birds. The problem is that birds seem to have diversified really fast after the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction around
after the
66
extinction of
million
the
years
dinosaurs,
ago.
except for
And
birds.
the Watson probably split from its closest relatives sometime during that radiation. That makes it hard to figure out these deep time relationships. From its solo place in the bird family tree to its unique diet, the Watson is definitely a strange bird. And while finding out that its wing claws actually aren't that weird after all was pretty unexpected, that's part of the beauty of bizarre beasts. Sometimes the things that seem weird can push us into making new discoveries about the familiar things.
I
Are
love
you
that.
a fan of the Watson? Sign up for the Bizarre Beasts Pin Club to get your very
Very cool. I've never seen this channel before, but that's good stuff. I'll give you a link, everybody. There you go. And birds are a disaster taxon then? Yeah, Dr. Prince Bones, basically. Well, kind of. Modern aves, yes. So most of the birds actually went extinct alongside their non-bird dinosaur cousins. It was something like 90% of bird species got wiped out in the KPG. There we go. So 90% of mammals died out, 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs, 92% of lizards and snakes, 94% of bird species, approximately, got wiped out when that asteroid hit. All the ensuing ecological devastation. It's like nearly all of the bird species died out. But as a result, birds had this amazing adaptive radiation after that. They diversified hugely at the beginning of the Cenozoic, after the extinction event. And today we've got how many bird species, Sweetie Pie? Oh, thank you, Lilith Hobo, for the 200 bits.
See, nobody cares.
There you go, Lilith Hobo. Thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah. How many living bird species, Sweetie Pie?
Over 9,000!
It's true, yeah. Most estimates put it around 10,000 living bird species. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. There's cat hair everywhere now, Sweetie Pie. Nobody brushed you while I was gone, and now you're just brimming with loose hair. It's going up my nose and my eyes. Ugh. You're in front of the camera. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Oh, Sweetie Pie. I know you're starved for attention. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was gone for TwitchCon and IRL streams and everything, but I'm home now. I'm home now. Yeah. Yeah. It's good to see you too. what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, with Watson's, when I was streaming from the San Francisco Zoo, just the other day, we saw not a live Watson, but a Watson sculpture. Really lifelike one.
Kiwi bird.
There we go.
And a Watson. Very cool. Pisticomus, I think, is the genus name for these guys. Really, really cool. Oh, I love this. And then I didn't even see this last time. We've got an Archaeopteryx right here. It's on their
Anyway,
wings.
the Watson.
Known for, well, the juveniles have got claws on their wings. They use that for climbing up and around the branches. Those claws later kind of either resorb or drop off. So the adults generally don't have claws on their wings, but the juveniles do, which is really cool. Just like with Archaeopteryx, those claws on the wings. And Watson is another one of my favorite extant birds.
And so this lovely sculpture here, after I ended the stream, I was able to photogrammetrize this. So let me show you the end result. Do I have that downloaded yet? I might not. Let's see. 3D prints. Oh, I don't know if I... here, just pull it up on my phone, I guess, and I can show you that. But by using a program to take a couple hundred photos of it, I was able to generate a 3D model. There we go. Check that out. And it's going to be printable. So I'll be able to 3D print this now and paint it. Maybe we'll do that prior to Thanksgiving. I don't know. We'll see if we have time. But, really excited about that. So we can have a Watson right here in the office. Pretty excited about that. Somebody was asking me about tar pits a minute ago, too. Is that you, Bree? That is going to be really cool, Yogurt Girl. Oh, I can't wait. Somebody was asking me about tar pits, and I've never worked at any tar pits. Except I did stream from the La Brea tar pits just last week. There we go.
Columbian mammoth right here. But some ground sloths and what they should look like. Big eyes. It just looks very like cute and trusting.
It is cute.
Just want to give it a hug. The way that it's reconstructed there.
They're walking around looking at the tar outside too.
Lordy, didn't you get some on your shoes or something last time?
I did, yeah. I did not get it off.
Yeah, it's pretty permanent. Look at that.
Oh, there's cat hair all over the inside of my mug now, sweetie.
Look at that. Like it?
Don't do that.
Okay, I won't.
And Deborah715, thank you for following. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
Yeah. Wow, it's... Oh boy, that's not going to come off. That's not going to come off. Yeah. Know that when you come here to La Brea and you stick your finger in the tar, you know, you're making a choice there that's going to stick with you. No pun intended.
It definitely did. Oh, and that reminds me. I was telling a little anecdote during that stream about, we'll switch cameras here so you can actually see. Telling a little anecdote from Michael Novacek's book, Time Traveler, when he was working at the pits. Let me find that for you real quick. This is kind of an autobiography of a paleontologist and his field work. Let's see. I think it was in a chapter called The Pits. The Pits, there we go. Yeah. So there was a woman, like remains of a woman found in the La Brea tar pits. About 14,000 years old, I think. Yeah, the La Brea bones are in that perfect time slot for radiocarbon dating. We can actually use carbon dating. And like the other skeletons at the site, the La Brea woman has been dated at least 9,000 years before present. Sorry, 9,000. How many years?
Over 9,000!
The discovery that the La Brea woman was so ancient was a sensation. Even though there are claims for more ancient humans in North America, she is still one of the oldest uncontested human fossils found on the continent. Of course, this find has spawned many questions and speculations, most of them unanswerable. How did she get stuck in the pool? Was she chased into it by predators, or simply careless on an evening walk? And Allie J.
In that brief moment,
Thank you.
we alone are the only species.
Thank you for the 16 months of support.
I
appreciate that,
the
Allie J.
great dinosaurs.
It's great to see you too. Holy cow.
Good to see you again, Danny. Hope you're well.
Likewise, Allie J. I am. It's good to be back in the office after all those IRL streams. Thank you for your ongoing support. I appreciate it. Here. Yeah, so how did this woman get stuck in the pool? Was she chased into it by predators or simply careless on an evening walk? Was she an early American human sacrifice? She even inspired some ridiculous fantasies. One day, I sat by my desk in the work shed writing catalog entries for a series of camel foot bones. And I was greeted by a strange-looking man with dark, deep-set eyes, a sharp goatee, and a silver necklace with a fake sapphire amulet. He claimed to be a movie director, developing a project called The Beast of the Tar Pits. I recommended saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, armored glyptodonts, and other fitting candidates for his title role, but he dismissed these. He had made up his mind, exclaiming, "There is no more horrible monster than a woman." As far as I know, The Beast of the Tar Pits, with its terrifying female lead, is still a script in circulation. Anyway, lovely anecdote from Time Traveler. One of my very favorite books. I'd highly recommend this to anybody who's kind of interested in like the human side of paleontology. Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. It's excellent. Yeah. Lenina says, I volunteer to play the Tar Beast. But yeah, and Unique Nails by Bree. Sweetie Pie is, she just loves this right now. Loves being the center of attention on stream. Look at her right there. Look at those whiskers blowing in the breeze. Oh, good stuff, Sweetie Pie. She is a supermodel, huh? Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. And she's drooling. Lordy, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Sweetie Pie, are you drooling right now? Are you drooling? Yeah. Oh. Oh, she loves this. So much hair. It's just going everywhere. It's going everywhere, Sweetie Pie. I thought I saw that classic Sweetie Pie spittle. Maybe. Lordy, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. We're trying out the new schedule. I'm going to be taking Friday off this week. So I started an hour early today. And you can't trim cat whiskers, right? I mean, it's not a good idea, Andrew Memorex. That's part of their sensory apparatus, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Sweetie Pie'd be bumping into stuff. Knocking over even more things than she normally knocks over. We don't want that. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, I forgot that Glyptodonts came up to North America. I think it was really brief, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, yeah. We got through our schedule here. We might actually start this a week early, talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds before Thanksgiving. We might even assemble a bird skeleton, like actual bird bones, live on stream. We'll see if we have time for that this year. So many other things going on. But I hope to be filling this up with interviews with other paleontologists too. Do about one a week after SVP. That is the goal. So we'll see about that. Anyway, exciting things ahead indeed, Casey Snow. With that being said, let's take a look at at this. We started this dinosaur documentary a while ago, and to kind of round out today's stream, let's continue in here, shall we? And we'll see what kinds of discussions this prompts. Dan the BC Man says, what can you tell me about Ken Ham and his view of dinosaurs? Oh boy, don't get me started on the whole, big money creationist thing. Suffice it to say that there are certain people who don't want people to know the true history of life on Earth. And they do their very best to mislead the public. Ken Ham is one of those people, One of the more prominent of the creationists here in the U.S. He is a grifter, absolutely, a Riotalium. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Well, we're going to talk about some actual science here. So without further ado, let's jump back into this documentary that we started weeks ago. Here.
Size of New York City. It's called a mega track site. Mayer knows that bones can tell a lot about anatomy, but only tracks can reveal clues about the movements of dinosaurs. Mayer also knows that it takes years of experience to interpret tracks.
Come here.
So he's asked track expert Martin Lockley from the University of Colorado at Denver to help.
Martin Lockley just passed away last year, actually.
The first order of business for Lockley, Mayer, and assistant Dorothy Hippler is to map the track site using aerial photographs.
And the same with these over here, for example.
They examine the photos to establish the pattern and direction of each trackway, which holds clues to the dinosaur's behavior.
But Casmiel Black says, that's cool, the dinosaur footprints. Yeah, so dinosaur footprints are, if you count them footprint by footprint, by some estimates, they're more common than dinosaur body fossils. They're more common than skeletons or even individual bones. It kind of depends how you count them, but yeah.
Sometimes irregularities in the rock can masquerade as dinosaur tracks.
Some of these look like tracks, but they're not. So for every good track, there's probably at least one bad one. So there are probably 4 or 5.
So far, Mayer has discovered nearly 15 separate trackways scattered throughout the mega track site. But how did they get here? In the heart of the Jura Mountains. The answer lies in a layer of rock that formed 150 million years ago in the Jurassic period. Back then, the geography here was very different. The continents were just beginning to move apart from the single landmass they had once formed, known as Pangaea.
Pangaea, yeah. Hey, Toxic Cake VR, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
A now vanished ocean, the Tethys Sea. After dinosaurs trampled a soggy shoreline, sun and wind dried their tracks, which hardened like concrete. The next rainstorm or flood deposited a layer of sediment over the tracks, preserving them.
Oh, this is nice. I need to remember this clip for when people ask about how dinosaur tracks are preserved.
As the land masses continued to shift and collide, the shoreline was pushed upward, forming mountains. Sediment covering the tracks eventually eroded, revealing the fossilized prints. Today, Christian Mayer and his team of trackers are piecing them back together step by step.
Oh, look, the slab is still dry, that's okay.
Among his most recent discoveries are trackways at a quarry near the town of Moutier.
Yeah, I wanted to set the rope up there where the casting people come. But take the oldest one. Andy, if you have the
After the aerial photographs, the team must examine the tracks up close. So they've pounded rappelling bolts into the rock to pull themselves up.
Pretty cool. So having experience in climbing is often very useful in dinosaur field paleontology. You get a lot of instances, a lot of examples of when that's come in handy. Various crews throughout the years.
Studying tracks made by animals millions of years ago is dangerous. To Martin Lockley, the risks are worth taking. He's after the thrill of the hunt.
It really is like being a tracker of modern animals. It's like following a creature that passed by yesterday sometimes. You feel it's much more recent, you know, time doesn't mean anything. You're following a Jurassic animal one day, you're following a recent animal the next day.
Clinging to the rock, Martin and Dorothy give each massive footprint individual attention. To the trackers, the footprints are snapshots of living, breathing creatures.
And we're used to thinking of dinosaurs as skeletons, but these are the evidence of the living animal in motion. People have referred to them as motion pictures of dinosaurs, so they're a very dynamic type of evidence. We can see with the sauropod track, for instance, it had a big fleshy foot, like an elephant. So the first thing we learn is the shape of the feet, not the shape of the bones in the foot skeleton that we see in the museum, but the actual shape of the feet.
Oh, here's our closed caption, sorry.
The prints are scrutinized to identify the kind of dinosaur that made them. These impressions lack
a lab, but there you go, Claire. That's a good idea.
Shape and large size, up to 3 feet across for the hind prints, show that they were made by the burly footpads of sauropod dinosaurs. Next, stride length is measured to figure out how fast the dinosaur was moving. The prints of a slow-moving animal are fairly close together. As it accelerates, its stride lengthens. The distance between the prints and average leg lengths known from skeletons are used to calculate speed. Mayer has determined that these...
By the way, there's you can find the formula for that in a book that I have over here. Should be right in here. Speed 3D prints around. There we go. In Dinosaurs, the textbook, 2nd edition. I think I remember in here we've got a yeah, speed estimates from dinosaur footprints. Here we go. Yeah. Dinosaur speed can be estimated from footprints using a method developed by British researcher R. McNeill Alexander. So you take the relative stride, and that equals the length of the stride in meters divided by the leg length in meters. And then dimensionless speed is the actual speed in meters per second over the square root of leg length in meters times gravitational acceleration in meters per second squared. So it sounds more complicated than it is. It's actually a pretty straightforward calculation. But that's how we can tell how fast these animals were actually moving. As long as we have an idea of their size, which you can kind of estimate from the size of the footprints, then you can determine the speed. And second the jest, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you.
The massive creatures were sauntering at about 5 miles per hour, the average walking speed of an elephant.
That's pretty good.
Track sites like these have also changed the way we think about sauropods. When their bones first appeared in the 19th century, scientists speculated that the creatures they belonged to lived in swamps. Water must have provided the buoyancy necessary to carry such enormous weight. And because it was thought that dinosaurs were related to reptiles,
And that's cool, Algie.
some
First
believed
lessons
they
you had in
crawled
paleontology
below to the
university.
ground,
Nice.
dragging their tails like crocodiles or lizards.
The thing is, their legs couldn't project out of their bodies at that angle. Like, that would break them as animals. The shape of their femur, the head comes out at a 90-degree angle, so it's got to go directly into the acetabulum like that. If you do this, you dislocate their hips. And their arms, too.
But trackways have told a different story. The lack of tail drag marks shows that the animals walked with their tails in the air.
Yep.
The narrow width between each footprint shows they walked with their legs directly beneath
Narrow
the ground,
gauge, like a railroad.
like modern elephants. A stance that could support their tremendous weight without the help of water. Until now,
And Pumpkin the Cat says, still wild to me that their bodies could support all that weight. Well, that's the thing, is that you're probably imagining them being a little bit heavier than they really were. Because these animals were all full of air. A lot of people don't realize that. Here's a figure from a really cool paper by friend and colleague Carrie Woodruff. Everything that you see in blue is air. So this is a young diplodocid dinosaur, not full grown yet. But you've got the lungs right there, this kind of dark blue. This electric blue right here are air sacs. And then you've got pneumatic spaces in all of the vertebrae that are filled with air as well. So these are all hooked up to the animal's respiratory system. They're all part of its respiratory system, basically. They would have been much more lightweight than you would have imagined, you know? But literally full of hot air. There you go, Rye. Yeah. Yeah. Were they more buoyant because of this? Yes. Yeah. So they would have floated really well in water. They would have had a low draft? High draft? How do you say that? But yeah, anyway. And Andrew Memerick says, how big would a dinosaur have had to be to have the same brain size to that of a human? About T-Rex sized. Here, let me show you. I've got a T-Rex brain over here. I'll grab it for you. There we go. The T-Rex brain. This is bigger than my brain, at least in terms of length, if not in terms of mass. Probably mass, too. But yeah. So some of the larger dinosaurs had fairly large brains. And Second the Jest says, I'm sorry, but I love that you have a T-Rex brain just on hand. Oh, yeah. I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. Of course I've got a T-Rex brain. So this is an endocast, 3D printed, of a Tyrannosaurus brain. And, it's not that weird shaped when you recognize what's going on. Here's where I got it from. From Larry Whitmer's laboratory. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a T-Rex brain. Oh, how do I get rid of that? Vertex color, base color. Oh, these hotkeys. Let me refresh the page. But it is pretty crocodile-like, Murph, yeah. Yeah. So this is really neat because you can interact with it, see the different parts. You've got the semicircular canals of the inner ear responsible for balance in here. These various nerves. Here is the cerebral hemisphere, responsible for thinking. You've got the transverse sinus, transverse occipital vein, the big old olfactory bulbs responsible for smelling. In humans, these are teeny tiny. In Tyrannosaurus, it's enormous. This animal had an incredible sense of smell. Yeah. So all these weird scraggly things coming off of it, these are various nerves. Like the ophthalmic nerve. That one goes to the eye right there. For the eye to interface with the brain. Anyway, pretty cool, right? Pretty neat. Here's a link. If you want to take a look at that yourself. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's, you know, it's not weird looking for a dinosaur brain. Put it that way. But yeah. Yeah. Tyrannosaurus would have been fairly intelligent by dinosaur standards. Here's the thing about dinosaur intelligence, is that if we try and estimate it based on brain size using mammals as a model, you'll come to the conclusion that dinosaurs were all dumb. It's the wrong way to think about it. Dinosaur brain structure is more like that of crocodiles and like that of birds. And both of those critters exhibit complex behaviors. They're very good at what they do. Birds in particular, the size of their brain doesn't necessarily correlate with how intelligent the bird is. Birds are optimized for flight, and so they have all kinds of weird adaptations and space-saving measures and stuff like that just to be more efficient. And so bird brains are pretty small, but birds are pretty clever animals in general. I suspect a lot of dinosaurs would have been the same way. So this might not seem like a particularly huge brain for an animal 40 feet long, but this would have been one of the smartest animals in its environment. In fact, dinosaurs back during the Mesozoic would have been the smartest critters in their environments. Would have probably exhibited more complex behaviors, more smarts than the mammals of the time. I'll show you a clip. From Prehistoric Planet again. Of an Arctic troodontid. Take a look at this.
Most animals flee from the flames. But for some, the disaster creates opportunities.
Disaster. Troodontid here.
This 6-foot-long dinosaur, a troodontid, is one of the smaller members of the theropod group.
Tradoon. Tradoon.
It is related to Troodon, yes indeed. This is an Alaskan troodontid here.
Eyes give it acute sight.
It's not been named yet.
Even in this smoky gloom. And for its size, its brain is one of the largest on the planet.
So what we call EQ, encephalization quotient, and that's you compare the size of the brain to the overall mass of the animal, and that ratio, roughly speaking, is the EQ, encephalization quotient. It's kind of a rough estimate of intelligence, whatever that means. Yeah. All this stuff's pretty loosey-goosey.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic. At the far edge, troodontids gather to prey on animals that are trying to escape the flames. Anything that spreads the fire creates more opportunities for the most ingenious Arctic hunter of its time.
This is speculative, but there are birds today that exhibit very similar behaviors to this. They will deliberately spread fire in order to flush out more prey and get more meals. Like these little mammals. Our ancestors, potentially. Oof. Get wrecked, little mammal.
Success.
Pretty cool, right? Again, speculative, but troodontids are... They've got a high EQ, generally. They've got a pretty big brain relative to their body size, and so they're often touted as some of the brainiest of dinosaurs. Some of the smartest. Yeah. And ever thought about dinosaurs mimicking the language of other animals, like we can exhibit with some bird species nowadays? I've thought about it, but people have asked me about that before, I'll put it that way. But that sort of thing doesn't fossilize easily, you know? I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility, but how do you test that, you know? It's cool to think about stuff like this, but science is all about testing ideas. Stuff like that's difficult to test. Very hard to know unless you have a time machine. There you go, Andrew Max. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to our video here.
Now, mapping dinosaur tracks has been a low-tech operation. Today, Christian Mayer is testing a new method that uses lasers and computers.
Yeah, like surveying technology.
The device fires a beam of light to a small reflector placed in a footprint.
This is super commonplace nowadays.
Measuring how long it takes for the beam to return, the computer calculates the distance to the footprint.
You'll see city maintenance crews using these survey devices all the time now.
On this area, and he's calculating immediately the area, the surface, and surface will appear here.
I'm looking forward to the results.
This would have been cutting-edge stuff back in the 90s, you know?
The depth of each print is also recorded. From the data, the computer will generate a
used to work for a survey company? So you're familiar with this stuff, Pfizer, yeah.
Yes, I can measure whole
Because prints of the same depth were made at the same time, Mayer will be able to single out an individual trackway from multiple crossings with the click of a mouse.
Pretty cool.
The new equipment promises to speed up the process of mapping trackways. But for now, the dinosaur trackers rely on slower, time-proven methods. After photographing and measuring the track site, a better picture of what the giant dinosaurs were doing at the ancient shoreline is emerging. The surface of the wall appears to be trampled over many times.
Patrick Crusader, I agree. Patrick Crusader says, so many lies were told in school about dinosaur intelligence. They were very stupid and had a brain the size of a walnut. Even Stegosaurus had a brain significantly larger than that of a walnut. It's bigger than like 2 or 3 walnuts. Maybe 4 or 5. Yeah, these animals were remarkably successful. They didn't need to have humongous brains in order to be able to do what they do and thrive in their environment and, you know, survive and reproduce for tens of millions of years. And the mammals back then weren't particular brainiacs either. Our ancestors were dumber than the smartest dinosaurs at the time. So that is important contextual information too. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Hundreds of sauropods returned here time and again, perhaps to cool themselves. Or maybe lush vegetation along the banks provided a favorite feeding place. As dinosaur trackers follow in the footsteps of giants, active roaming dinosaurs seem to come to life. Elsewhere, a new discovery is fueling a long-simmering debate about how some of the smaller dinosaurs got around.
Now this is it.
Oh, is this about the four-limb posture in ceratopsians?
North Dakota.
I'll be here at the end of October.
This region of North America was crisscrossed by rivers and streams, a lush lowland leading to the edge of an inland sea.
And Krub wants to know, would Mu Deng, the baby pygmy hippo, be allowed to become an honorary dinosaur just for a bit? Maybe an honorary dinosaur, but hippos are very much not dinosaurs. They are very much card-carrying mammals. Talk about that for a minute. And let me reemphasize something that I said toward the beginning of today's stream. Oh, by the way, welcome in, Krub. It's good to have you here. Is it Krub or Kroob? Let me know. But the way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. It's not just based on vibes or what they look like or how they make us feel or whatever. It's based on what they're actually related to, where they share a common ancestor with other critters. So when we look at our tree of life here, this is meant to illustrate that. So let me look up pygmy hippo here, and we'll zoom into them in the mammal part of the tree over here. It's pygmy hippo. This one's got a sponsor, nice. They're related to the common hippopotamus. It's funny that that leaf is so much bigger. But anyway, Mudeng is a pygmy hippo, and they are very much mammals. So hippos are actually closely related to whales, a clade called Whippomorpha, but they are very much mammals right here. So mammals and reptiles split off a long, long time ago. About 320 million years ago is the split between sauropsids, aka reptiles, and synapsids, aka mammals. So Mudeng is separated from dinosaurs by about 300 million years of evolution. If that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, but we could call her an honorary dinosaur for a day, I guess, if you want to. Yeah. Whales, hippos, and pigs, right, says Catatoon? Well, let's take a look. So, within mammals, Therian mammals, placental mammals, the Atlantogenotans, is that right? Elephants, elephant shrews, and more. No, sorry, Artiodactyls is what we're looking for. Artiodactyls are going to be over here. Our even-toed ungulates. Where did they go? I lost them. Where's our Artiodactyls? Cloven-hoofed ungulates. Here we go. Yeah. This group includes all of your hoofed mammals like giraffes and llamas and bison and whales? Whales. And hippos too. Here we go. Yeah. So whales and hippos form a clade called Whippomorpha, or Cetacodonta. But that's hippos, whales, and whale ancestors, and all those guys. Hippos are the closest living relatives to whales. So if Mudeng wanted to be an honorary whale, she'd be much closer. You know, I think it'd be far easier to argue that. Yeah. So yeah. And whale plus hippo equals whippo. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. Whippomorpha is a portmanteau of whale and hippo. Yeah. The name Whippomorpha is a combination of the English whale and hippo, and the Greek morpha, which means form. So whale hippo form. Yeah. Anyway, it's cool stuff. Here's a link if you want to read more about that. Yeah. Yeah. America says whales live in schools. You're thinking of ravenfishes, I think. Usually the collective term for a group of whales is a pod of whales. Although you can also just say group, and nobody's gonna yell at you. But yeah. 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 Pretty cool, right? Anyway. But yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Well, we say school here. That's interesting, Marika. In Germany. Oh, interesting. That reminds me. I haven't done this rant in a while, but, let's see. Yeah. hope I'm not bursting anybody's bubble here. But, no, it's not actually a murder of crows. Venery is the word for, like, groups of animals like this. You've heard them all before somewhere, in a bad poem maybe, or a part of an online clickbaity slideshow. Do you know a group of owls is called a parliament? Do you know a group of jellyfish is called a smack? Do you know a group of Indonesian mountain weasels is called a bubblegum? I don't think that's actually a real group of critters. I made that last one up, but how would you know? As familiar as they are, these little nicknames for groups of animals, terms of venery, if you want to get fancy with it, are supposedly delightful quirks of the English language. But they've always left me feeling annoyed. Annoyed because as a lifelong birder, I've never once used parliament for owls or murder for crows or anything of the sort. Or heard anyone else use them. A group of birds, any birds, is a flock. A group of cows is a herd. Other than that, I just don't see enough groups of animals to need more words. So I needed to know, are there actual people in the real world who use special group names for certain species? Or is there just one nerd in an office somewhere with a field guide in one hand and a dictionary in the other, matching each species with a cute little term and laughing maniacally when the world collectively coos over the pairing? I needed to ask those closest to the source. I needed to talk to some scientists. So have you ever referred to a group of vultures as a venue? Dr. Keith L. Bildstein, Sarkis Akopian Director of Conservation Science, Hawk Mountain Sanctuary. He says, no, I have not. Whoever used the term chain for a group of bobolinks? Dr. Noah Perlut, bobolink researcher, University of New England. I've now studied bobolinks intensively for 14 years, and no, I've never heard it. Yeah. Do you ever refer to a group of wombats as a wisdom? Dr. Lindsay Hogan, Australian marsupial biologist. Wombats do not form groups in the wild. All these things are made up. Like, nobody actually uses those terms. This kind of gets into a larger philosophical discussion about the definitions of words and, you know, descriptivism versus, shoot, what's the other one? It's getting late. Forgetting these terms now. Prescriptivism versus descriptivism. I'm usually more on the descriptive side of things, you know? It's like language is what it is based on usage, you know? If people use a word in a certain way, then to a certain extent, that's what the word means, you know? To that end, people don't actually use these words. This is entirely a prescriptive argument that, like, oh, well, you should call it this because some fact book somewhere, some, like, random facts, you know, book that it's not actually about these animals, it's just here's some random facts about them that you're supposed to regurgitate. You know what I mean? If the actual people who live and work with these animals don't call it that, then the term doesn't mean that, you know? That's kind of my point. Yeah. It's prose, not science. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Almost like disinformation, says Pfizer. I know, right? Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. The article goes into further detail about where some of these terms came from, but some of them are just made up. But in arguing against using these things, this author says, accuracy is part of the reason, bandwidth is another. Why use our limited brain space on fake animal facts when there's so many interesting things that are actually true? Wombats don't form wisdoms, but they poop cubes. They poop cubes. Did you know that? Cubes, you'll blow them away at bar trivia with that one. So let's ditch the dead weight and stick to what's true. The next time someone gives me a wink and a nudge and says, do you know a group of owls is a parliament? I'm going to respond, do you know anyone who believes this is part of a gaggle of gullibles? Anyway, here's a link to that. Yeah. And Green Mazing says, wait, you don't have a different word for each group of dinosaurs? We just call them groups. I don't know. Yeah. And they really do poop cubes. They do. Yeah, wombat poop. It actually is cubular. Yeah, it really looks like that. It's nuts. Yeah. So yeah. Pretty interesting. Yeah. It's hip to poop square. There you go, unique nails by Bree. Yes. Yeah. Anywho. On that note, I think it's about time to wrap up today's broadcast. We've gone for a solid 5 hours here. Just testing out our new schedule, starting at 1 p.m. California time. Each day, and then taking Fridays off. Looking forward to spending this Friday working on science and getting closer to publishing some of this stuff that I've been working on. So without further ado, let's go ahead and start wrapping up our stream. And that's a Smilodon skull. Not a particularly good one. I've got to use my new Smilodon skull there. We're going to run our credits over that. Here's our credits. And don't go away just yet. We're going to see who else is doing some science right now. And we're going to show them some love. Let's see, who is on? What is this? Uwo's lab is working on Ocean Gate 2? What? Oh no. They're building a submersible. We're gonna go check that out. That'll be fun. Oh boy. The stream is intended for mature audiences, just so you know. But let's go. Part of it's built out of an Amazon box? Oh boy. Anyway, it will be interesting. Anyway, thank you everybody who's showing up in our credits. From those faithful and hardworking moderators to the subscribers and followers and chatters and raiders and everybody else. I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you for keeping this channel on the air. Thank you for your support, for your viewership, for your questions, your enthusiasm, your kind words. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow at 1 p.m. California time. For another exciting paleontologizing stream. We've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss tomorrow. So I'll be talking to you about that. A new tyrannosaur from Mexico. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go right into Uwo's lab. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.